Every single conservative talking head is saying the literal exact same thing. Like, what is even happening? Every single conservative talking head is saying the literal exact same thing. Like, what is even happening? Like, every single conservative talking head is like, they're stealing the country is over, all the elections don't matter anymore because they're all compromised by like the DNC. The feds don't need to do work. You do Fed work. These people Fed post themselves. What are you saying? Wait, what did Rogan do this time?
I think the January 6th thing is pretty bad.
Well, the January 6th thing is bad, but also the intelligence agencies were involved in provoking people to go into the Capitol building.
Huh? The intelligence agencies were involved in provoking people to go into the building? You're telling me the CIA planted, Trump... Oh, the CIA...
They planted trumpets.
Hunter Biden's cocaine, and then started passing it out inside of the Trump rally, making people lose their reasonable thinking, and then after that, they like gave them subliminal messages and told them to go into the Capitol. So true.
That's a fact.
So wait a minute. You're saying that guy, what's his name?
Ray Epps.
Yeah, you really think that he
I don't know, but
I don't know anything.
I think that's pretty apparent. I think he's going to sue Fox.
I think every other person who was involved in January 6th, who was involved in coordinating a break-in into the Capitol and in instigating people breaking, they were all arrested. This guy wasn't. Not only that, they were defending him in the New York Times, the Washington Post, those different things, because saying that a break-in in January 6th, who was involved in every other person who was involved in January 6th, who was involved in coordinating a break-in into the Capitol and in instigating people breaking, they were all arrested. This guy wasn't. Not only that.
Well, not all of them. They haven't gone. That's why we're still getting people who are getting caught by the cops. Not all of them have been arrested yet.
They were defending him in the New York Times, the Washington Post, those different things, because saying that Fox News is unjustly accused him of instigating. Well, he clearly instigated. He did it on camera. I don't know if he was a Fed. I know a lot of people think he was a Fed. The people that were there were calling him a Fed.
Of course they want to call him Fed. Of course they want to call him Feds. Everybody who has bad people in their movement wants to call everybody who's doing the bad thing a Fed. Because then you can say that your movement has never done anything wrong. Or just take on all the bad things that are just very small and not that serious. And so you can just kind of separate yourself. We're about to see that, actually. Shaka's a Fed? No, that's true.
What I do know is when they asked the FBI said, we can't tell you whether or not there were people that were there that were doing that. Now,
of course. What? This just in. Cops in the middle of a criminal investigation won't tell you who they're investigating and why. Of course. What? And yeah, I will imagine that there were probably some people from the intelligence agency there. It's a massive rally in like on Capitol Hill. Like, I can imagine that there were some intelligence. There were probably some cops there too. Crazy, I know, right?
Now, there's been reports that there was hundreds of agents that were there that were doing that. I don't know if that's true either, but I do know that they do use agent provocateurs.
What do you mean hundreds? Wait, hundreds of who?
That were doing that. Now, there's been reports that there was hundreds of agents that were there that were doing that.
There were hundreds of agents? Wait.
Wow.
So how big was Trump's crowd? Like 5 people? Wait, so you're telling me like 80% of the crowd were feds? Because only hundreds of people showed up. Wait, there weren't thousands of people at the Capitol. Like there were like thousands and thousands and thousands of people like doing that shit. You think what was the crowd like 60? Were they like half feds? Like oops, half feds? You mean the rioters? Listen, the feds aren't that powerful. Listen, all of the feds showed up. See, Donald Trump told people to come to the Capitol, and the funniest thing about it is that nobody who supports Trump came to the Capitol, and it was literally just all feds. They were all federal agents who were there.
It was a honeypot.
Except for, you know, all of the people who were brought by right-wing influencers and conspiracy theorists, talking heads, and Nazis that we all know that were there and who brought their people there as well. And all the people who we, like, I clearly identified as people who are not there and had, like, lives on the other side of the country and were not feds.
Why is my character twerking in the background?
That they do.
I didn't choose that personality trait.
To disrupt peaceful
Their
protests.
fight.
It's a common tactic. What they do
Actually,
is,
twerk.
say
You
if
see
there's
that ass?
like the World Trade Organization is a great example. That was
I'm not gonna lie to you. I thought bro was about to say the World Trade Center. I was like the feds provoke the hijackers to. The feds were like, "Hey man, it would be so easy to hijack this plane right now," and they were like, "Oh, honestly, you're right." They never show you, but right before the plane hit the building, a Fed jumped out of the emergency escape hatch with a parachute.
in I think the 90s in Seattle. And so what they did was they were protesting the World Trade Organization. They were doing it peacefully. It was a big problem. So what they did is they sent in, allegedly, Asian provocateurs. They started smashing buildings and lighting things on fire. Now it's not a peaceful protest. Now they can bring in the police. Now they can start arresting people. And then they created a no-protest zone where literally if you had a pin on your jacket that was the WTO with a red line through it, they would not let you cross. You could not cross with a pin that was against the WTO and go to work.
I don't know. What I really hate is when people try to use like actual crimes and human rights violations used against, used against like minorities and freedom fighters and civil rights activists to disrupt their movements, to say that for their own personal gain in their own shitty usually like anti-minority movements as well. I hate it so much. I hate it a lot about BLM Joe. I do. I mean I don't know Joe's opinions on that, but I actually genuinely seriously would not be surprised if he would say that like a lot of that stuff was done by Fed.
Yeah, Fed told me to reach for the police officer's gun. Fucking chat. God damn.
Say that like a lot of that stuff was done by feds, but I also wouldn't be surprised if like he said that there probably weren't that many feds, mostly because I don't think Joe has an opinion until he opens his mouth. I don't think even Joe knows what his opinion is until he starts speaking. It's one of those things where it's just depending on the type of person he's around and everything. Like it's Schrodinger's ideology. He doesn't have it until he opens his mouth. I think it is. You're right, Cross. I think it is really like super gross. How they're to fuel their conspiracy theories about like things going on, and that typically at the end of the day harm minorities. They use the actual like cops and feds have been like known to like work with fascists and Nazis and like right wing causes. How many right wing causes have like the CIA and the feds taken down? They support those right wing causes because it supports their agendas usually. For ones that have been proven. Most of the time. Schrodinger centrist. Schizo hallucinations.
There was a no protest zone. So they silenced protest, which is a part of our freedom of speech. So this is a tactic that some government agencies use to stop peaceful protest.
All right, so what you're...
Once again, even if that is true, which it is, you have no proof that that's happening here.
You're saying is on January 6th that this event that obviously Trump organized. Forget about the Giuliani stuff and the, whether they thought that it was.
He definitely encouraged people to protest.
Yes, but all right. So you're saying that
and to march to the Capitol. Remember that.
Like.
Oh, and to march to the House building. They absolutely did. He actually absolutely did tell. I don't know, man. Wait, this is so weird because he's like they were like instigating Trump support. Trump literally said, "Come to the Capitol," and then he literally said on the microphone, "March to the House building," and then demand them to make me president forever. He literally said that. Like, you don't, like, the feds didn't need to do anything. He just said it.
The FBI and Nancy Pelosi, and
I'm not saying Nancy Pelosi.
No, but like you're saying that like they're like, you know,
the ones
we'll make this instead of an awkward protest, we'll encourage it so that it'll backfire on Trump rather than being this rising of people that believe that there was election corruption.
I think it's certainly possible.
I think that would be hard. You think it's possible? I think it's possible.
You don't think it's... Wait a minute. You think it's hard to do?
I think that being this rising of people that believe that there was election corruption.
I think
Vigilance looking sexy as fuck.
Like you're saying that like
goddamn.
Like, you know, we'll make this instead of an awkward protest, we'll encourage it so that it'll backfire on Trump rather than being this rising of people that believe
Burger
that there
King.
was election corruption.
Big Daddy, Big Dick. Let's go.
No, how do you...
Carnotaurus? Damn, starting out strong. I think he might break it. It's a little too close.
Like, if this was going to... Like, no, what... I don't get it.
Nope, perfect.
Every single conservative talking head is saying the literal exact same thing. Like, what is even happening? Like, every single conservative talking head is like, they're stealing the country is over, all the
Bitch, where are you
elections don't
going?
matter anymore because they're all compromised by like the DNC. The feds don't need to do work. You do Fed work. These people Fed post themselves. What are you saying? I don't think it's very possible at all. Like, what work would the feds need to do? What are you saying? People went there with tools to kill and capture House members, and those people are now in jail unless
This
those
shit
people
Krieger?
are feds too. Even
Fucking
though we
them up.
know that they flew from across the country and had literal friends and family and worked at like State Farm. Like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? What is bro waffling about, man? All the talking heads are feds too. Everyone's a fed.
Hard. You think it's possible? I think it's possible.
You don't think it's... Wait a minute. You think it's hard to do?
I think that you know that the FBI.
I think it's unneeded.
The CIA saying, hey, you know.
There's all those
Trump
dinos.
lost
Let me
this
shoot some of
election.
you.
Here's what you're kind of implying. Trump
There you go.
lost the election.
True.
He is
Trying to
such
get my platinum
an
here.
amazing communicator, and he's convinced this loyal base that there was election interference. We don't want them to protest. How we can end this is if we encourage people to go beyond protesting to essentially go into the Capitol and take a shit in the hallway. I mean, I'm exaggerating a little bit.
Yeah.
But like...
That happened though. That happened.
Get the guy.
I don't see why that would be of use.
Shit,
like,
he's
I'm
dead.
more suspicious why Trump didn't.
I'll win it for the team.
Also,
I got this.
This is very different than what he explained about what happened in previous like peaceful protests. Okay, remember what he said about the previous peaceful protests back in before the turn of the century? He said that feds went there and then committed crimes and framed it on people who weren't committing crimes to get to shut down the entire thing. And what he's saying here is the feds went there and just whispered in all the conservatives' ears, telling them that rioting at the Capitol would be epic and based. And all the Trump supporters went, oh yeah, you're right. And then they just did it. Am I onto something, guys? Like, that seems like very different. That seems like very different things. Framing people for committing crimes and then just telling people to commit crimes and then they follow it. That seems very different. Or even suggesting people commit crimes and then they just do it on their own. That seems quite
beautiful.
If I'm be honest with you. The feds got them to swarm the building. That's true. They did use their swarm the building mind control ray on them.
Call for backup when, for the Capitol Police. You know what I mean? It's like there was, and that like Michael Flynn's brother was. You know what I mean? Like there's way more conspiracy stuff against Trump, and then I think the slim likelihood that
beautiful.
were
God
like,
damn,
Trump's
we're killing it.
problem. Let's just get
rid of that bird
people
fast.
that are loyal to Trump to run into the Capitol so that we can arrest 300 people. Does that make sense?
No. No, it doesn't make sense. No, I think it's a standard tactic, especially when someone is the enemy of the intelligence agencies. With Trump, that's absolutely the case. Trump
is Mr. Establishment.
Himself up against the intelligence agencies. He did it openly and he did it brazenly. And a lot of people think it's very dangerous. Like, the intelligence agencies are very important. You know, you want to find out what's going on in other countries. You want to find out what the threats to America are. You want to find out what terrorist activity.
What do you mean, find out what the threats to America are? He's the president. He gets briefed on it every day.
Bro's dancing around. Calm down.
Read. They literally had to put his own name and make little slideshows for him. They had to make press briefings into goddamn Kahoot sessions for him to read. What are you saying? What, bro? What are you talking about? He wants to find out the enemies of America. He's the president. Ask. What do you mean? That's his job. He's not some guy off the street. He's the president of the United States. He literally holds nuclear codes.
Good shit.
Why would he not know who the enemies of the United States are? I don't know. Like, the only people. It seemed like he wanted to make friends with the enemies of the United States. Except for China, we hate them. China.
These are going to be taking place and stop them before.
And, you know, JFK had his problem with the intelligence.
Yeah,
agencies.
well, yeah. I mean, look, it's unchecked power, right? That's the deep state. It's unchecked power.
We still have both vigilance. Damn, we lost one. We're down a pair of ass cheeks, man. Keep it together.
She go deep on my intelligence to like stay. Very loud, incorrect brother.
Open about his disdain for the intelligence agencies. He created enemies in the intelligence agencies. It's standard for intelligence agencies in this country to encourage agent provocation or to
so cooked, bro.
Oh!
And so you're saying,
brother, you can only get hit in the head so many times in MMA.
Goddamn little dinos coming out of fucking nowhere.
Start to rear their ugly head later in life. You do hate to see.
Perfect.
when he was in
Shoot me, Dick.
Helsinki and he was saying, I believe Putin more than my intelligence community, that was something the intelligence community was like,
they were like, how dare you?
Yeah, Triceratops is a pussy.
And then they took him out.
That eye is way better than his ever.
They were going to get him in any way that they could because he's an enemy of the intelligence.
Maybe with the alpha variant, Zephyr might be better.
Talking about them
We got a
being
final mission.
incompetent and
Hurry up,
being
Leviathan.
corrupt and,
He was a meanie
please.
pothead.
They're about to finish us.
Against the FBI, and you know, look, it's a very.
What do you mean against the FBI? He was against the FBI when they're coming after him. He's like crazy pro FBI.
Damn,
when
Krieger's
they're
got
not.
mad points.
What are you talking about?
Big
He
Daddy.
installed his own head of the FBI, man. He ran the FBI. He was like the only president to fire an FBI head because they were.
Give me up.
Was, like,
Let me up.
politically different.
Let me up. There we go.
What are you saying, James Comey?
Very dangerous thing.
I'm
to
on
talk
top
to
of
people that are
land? I
intelligence
can.
agencies. Like, it's a very dangerous thing for a president to be at war with the intelligence agencies and to do it so publicly.
Well, for the country, yeah.
And I think it's
God.
without a doubt, when you have a gigantic, massive protest that a
Dino
lot of
behind me?
is a threat to democracy. You have these people that are saying the election was rigged, and they're on the Capitol lawn, they're screaming and yelling. I don't think it's outside the realm of possibility that they would encourage people to do things that were unlawful instead of peacefully protesting, which is what everybody was doing on the outside, which is totally legal.
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry. I said
Back
earlier
up.
that there weren't that many people who showed up. Sorry, there were many people who showed up. Not everybody were Trump supporters there.
Oh
And there were
God.
2,000 people who entered the building, but like
Nimbus.
out of those thousands.
Thank
of
you.
people that
Oh, you're
showed
so
up,
beautiful.
like,
Thank you.
hundreds were
Damn it,
feds,
got fucking
literally
exploded.
Hundreds.
And she died.
It was like 5% fed.
Somebody kill that Stegosaurus. What the fuck?
I don't know, man. That seems a little.
I think she should be dead already.
5% fed. Yeah, it totally wasn't someone who killed a cop.
Oh God, I missed it.
Listen. All the Trump supporters did
God
do things
damn
wrong,
it.
but we think that the feds may have been like, you should do bad things, and then they just simply did.
Fucking
To
headbutt
take
assholes.
that and escalate it to entering into the Capitol. Now you can lock.
Somebody kill this thing!
You have real
What the
clear
fuck?
evidence that this president is responsible for this insurrection attempt, and this is dangerous. This is a threat to our democracy, and he's never going to be president again. We're going to indict him. We're going to go after him. We're going to do all these different things.
What do you mean we're going to indict him?
You fucking dumbasses.
The intelligence agency can't. Hasn't Trump not been in? Has Trump been in? Wait,
Jump on top of the fucking ship, bro. God damn it.
Inciting,
fucking
like,
slipping off this thing. What's this ship made of butter?
Like a criminal indictment? Has that happened? I don't think that's happened yet, has it? Am I wrong? Wait, so we're going to indict him, but not for the thing that we set him up to indict him for. We're going to indict him for all of the other crimes he committed.
Oh, god damn it, I wasn't even paying attention.
Wait, so in this case, if they're not...
That some government agencies use to stop peaceful protest.
All right, so what you're...
Once again, even if that is true, which it is, you have no proof that that's happening here.
You're saying is on January 6th that this event that obviously Trump organized. Forget about the Giuliani stuff and the, whether they thought that it was.
He definitely encouraged people to protest.
Yes, but all right. So you're saying that
and to march to the Capitol. Remember that.
Like.
Oh, and to march to the House building. They absolutely did. He actually absolutely did tell. I don't know, man. Wait, it's just so weird because they were like instigating Trump support. Trump literally said, "Come to the Capitol," and then he literally said on the microphone, "March to the House building," and then demand them to make me president forever. He literally said that. Like, the feds didn't need to do anything. He just said it.
The FBI and Nancy Pelosi and
I'm not saying Nancy Pelosi.
No, but like you're saying that like they're like
the ones
God fucking snipers.
This instead of an awkward protest will encourage
get him vigilantes. Good
so
shit.
That it'll backfire on Trump rather than being this rising of people that believe that there was election corruption.
I think it's certainly possible.
I think that would be hard. You think it's possible? I think it's possible.
You don't think it's... Wait a minute. You think it's hard to do?
I think that being this rising of people that believe that there was election corruption.
I think it's certainly possible.
I think that would be hard. Like you're saying that like they're like, we'll make this instead of an awkward protest.
Fucking dumbass birds.
We'll encourage it so that it'll backfire on Trump rather than being this rising of people that believe that there was election corruption.
I think it's certainly possible.
I think that would be hard.
No, how do you don't need to. Feds don't need to do the work. Feds don't need to do the work.
Oh
feds
my god.
If this was going to I don't get it. Every single conservative talking head is saying the literal exact same thing. Like what is even happening? Like every single conservative talking head is like they're stealing the country is over, all the elections don't matter anymore because they're all compromised by like the DNC. The feds don't need to do work. You do Fed work. These people Fed post themselves. What are you saying? I don't think it's very possible at all. Like what work would the feds need to do? What are you saying? People went there with tools to kill and capture House members. And those people are now in jail unless those people are feds too? Even though we know that they flew from across the country and had literal friends and family and worked at like State Farm? Like what are you talking about? What are you talking about? What is bro waffling about, man? All the talking heads are feds too. Everyone's a fed.
Hard. You think it's possible? I think it's possible.
Just a little bit.
You think it's hard?
Get a little bit of misinformation.
That the FBI.
I think it's unneeded.
The CIA saying, hey, Trump lost this election because here's what you're kind of implying. Trump lost the election.
True.
He is such an amazing communicator, and he's convinced this loyal base that there was election interference. We don't want them to protest. How we can end this is if we encourage people to go beyond protesting to essentially go into the Capitol and take a shit in the hallway. I mean, I'm exaggerating a little bit.
Yeah.
But like...
That happened though.
Like, I don't see why that would be of use. Like, I'm more suspicious why Trump didn't
Also, I want you to know this is very different than what he explained about what happened in previous like peaceful protests. Okay, remember what he said about the previous peaceful protests back in before the turn of the century? He said that feds went there and then committed crimes and framed it on people who weren't committing crimes to get to shut down the entire thing. And what he's saying here is the feds went there and just whispered in all the conservatives' ears, telling them that rioting at the Capitol would be epic and based. And all the Trump supporters went, oh yeah, you're right. And then they just did it. Am I onto something, guys? Like, that seems like very different. That seems like very different things. Framing people for committing crimes, and then just telling people to commit crimes, and then they follow it. That seems very different. Or even suggesting people commit crimes, and then they just do it on their own. That seems quite different, if I'll be honest with you. The feds got them to swarm the building. That's true. They did use their swarm the building mind control ray on them.
Call for backup when, for the Capitol Police.
New technology, hitting them with those mind rays.
And that, like, Michael Flynn's
that Men in Black shit.
You know what I mean? Like, there's way more conspiracy stuff against Trump.
We got Red Velvet Vigilant.
Then I think
what the fuck is that Power Ranger mask?
That
looks cool.
Like, oh, Trump's a problem. Let's just get these
oh,
people
Catsuit Vigilant. Here, look at my asshole. Where are you? Here, look at my asshole, Vigilant.
No, it doesn't make sense. No, I think it's a standard.
I'm gonna go see. Hold on.
When someone is the enemy
I'm honing my physique and my nutsack.
That's absolutely the case.
Take a gander. How's it look?
Mr. Establishment.
Himself up.
I use Nair cream.
Agencies. He did it openly.
She's on my asshole too.
And a lot of people think it's very dangerous. Like, the intelligence agencies are very important. You know, you want to find out what's going on in other countries. You want to find out what the threats to America are. You want to find out what terrorist activity.
What do you mean? Find out what the threats to America are?
Oh,
He's the president. He gets briefed on it every day. Those briefings he didn't read.
That ass.
I'm ready to fight. They had to put his own name
Got a
and
motivation
make little slideshows for him. They had to make press briefings into goddamn Kahoot sessions for him to read.
Turn it into Pictionary.
What are you saying? What, bro? What are you talking about?
Some Pictionary attack plans.
The enemies of America. He's the president. Ask.
Fall more, you. Come on. Don't be shy. There we go.
That's his job.
God damn it. Who else has a sniper?
He's not some guy off the street. He's
I don't know. That was Vigilant.
States. He literally holds nuclear codes. Why would he not know who the enemies of the United States are?
Get him roadblock.
I don't know. Like, the only people. It seemed like he wanted to make friends with the enemies of the United States. Except for China. We hate them. China.
Oh, you fucking serious?
Activities are going to be taking place and stop them before.
And, JFK had his problem with the intelligence.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, look, it's unchecked power.
Jesus,
right? That's the deep state. It's unchecked power. And
so true,
I think Trump was very.
Anybody trying to get some
roadblock? At least punch them forward. Don't knock them around. Don't knock them around everywhere.
Deep on my intelligence.
Who the fuck is that behind? Oh, Vigilant. She's fine. She can hang back anytime.
Loud, incorrect buzzer.
Roadblock, get your shit together.
His disdain for the
Start banging that
fist. He created enemies in the intelligence agencies. It's standard for intelligence agencies in this country to encourage agent provocateurs or to
so cooked, bro.
provocateurs.
And so you're saying,
brother, you can only get hit in the head so many times in MMA before negative effects start to rear their ugly head later in life. You do hate to see it.
When he was
Vigilant, get those birds. Oh, we got two of them.
I believe Putin more than my intelligence community. That was something the intelligence community was like,
they were like, how dare you? We're gonna take this guy out. And then they took him out.
God damn it.
Well, I think they were going to get him in any way that they could because he's an enemy of the intelligence agencies. And
I think he's an enemy of the people.
Beautiful.
About them being incompetent and being
icy
corrupt.
dinos.
And,
he was a meanie poo head to the intelligence agency.
He was against the FBI.
I feel like we have a bot on the team.
Against the FBI. He was against the FBI when they're like
roadblock. You feel like a bot.
Coming after him.
Start banging that fist. Whip out that shield, bro.
They're not. What are you talking about? He installed his own head of the FBI, man. He ran the FBI.
God damn it, little skinny fucking birds.
To fire
Give me some
an
fat
FBI
dino birds.
He was like politically different.
Something fun to shoot at. Want to knock the flubber around.
James Comey?
very dangerous thing. You talk to people that are in
Thank you,
intelligence
Vigilant.
agencies. Like, it's a very dangerous thing for a president to be at war with the intelligence agencies and to do it so publicly.
Well, for the country, yeah.
And I think it's without a doubt, when you have a gigantic, massive protest that a lot of people think is a threat to democracy, you have these people that are saying the election was rigged, and they're on the Capitol lawn, they're screaming and yelling. I don't think it's outside the realm of
Roadblock.
possibility
What
they
are
would
you? Stop
encourage
smashing
people
them
to do things that
inside.
are unlawful.
Oh, here they're
Because
coming from back.
Peacefully protesting, which is what everybody was doing on the outside, which is totally legal.
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry. I said earlier that there weren't that many people who showed up. Sorry, there were many people who showed up. Not everybody were Trump.
Yeah,
supporters
Vigilance.
there. And there were 2,000 people who entered.
Ooh,
the building.
Skyway's got the higher
But, like,
score.
Out of those thousands of people that showed up, like
She's about to get that MVP.
hundreds were feds. Literally hundreds. Hundreds. It was like 5%.
Let's
fed.
go, pussy.
I don't know, man. That seems a little 5% fed. Yeah, it totally wasn't someone who killed a cop
Shoot a
outside
little
the
feet.
building. Listen, all the Trump supporters did do things wrong, but we think that the feds may have been like, you should do bad things, and then they just simply did.
To take that and escalate.
What the
to
fuck happened to my grenade?
Now you can lock things down, and now
What the
you
fuck
have
was that?
Clear evidence that this president is responsible for this insurrection attempt, and this is dangerous. This is a threat to our democracy, and he's never going to be president again. We're going to indict him. We're going to go after him. We're going to do all these different things.
God damn
What
it.
do you mean we're going to indict him? The intelligence agency can't.
Vigilant, where the fuck are you? Get these assholes off my dick.
Has Trump been indicted for like inciting incitement of violence at the Capitol? Like a criminal indictment? Does that happen? I don't think that's happened yet, has it? Am I wrong? Wait, so we're going to indict him, but not for the thing that we set him up to indict him for. We're going to indict him for all of the other crimes he committed, but we just wanted to. Wait, so in this case, if they're not going to do that, was this just like a big fuck you then?
Get the fuck away from me,
Is that all
Dino.
that was? It was just like a big funny fuck you at the end of the day? It was just a big meme? If they wanted to indict him, they could just indict him on all the crimes that they are actually
God
indicting
damn
him
it,
for.
Sky.
Why do all of this but then pretend? You're right. We do a little troll. We do a little trolling.
Thank
it's
you,
called
Jesus.
We do a little trolling. You're so right. The intelligence agency was actually just
God,
doing a little
fuck me.
trolling. You're right. You're right. They were just having a little goof. They were having the time of their life. They were like, "This guys, it'd be so funny." Let's frame him for inciting a riot at the Capitol, and then let's bamboozle him by not indicting him for doing that. And then let's make him do a double.
God, they're so far ahead.
For something completely different.
We're gonna have our game cut short.
Oh man, did they set it? Did they set up all the documents on Mar-a-Lago though? Did they do that too? Was it the feds that paid hush money to Stormy Daniels? Yeah. Yeah, CIA says what?
Who the fuck is this guy talking? I could tell you guys don't play Vigilant that well. Obviously, motherfucker.
Shot or something? Was it like a dead horse head on their? Was it like a
Jesus
dead horse
Christ!
head on
Now
their,
I know how I sound trying to give advice.
on like their doorstep?
Oh hey, can we get a roadblock?
The perfect crime.
Oh, I'll keep you guys juiced up.
Let's waste hundreds of CIA agents' time and resources.
I'll keep you guys juiced up. Just
to make a
gather up, stay
hilarious
together
joke
near the
about
tank.
Trump, and then let's not indict him at all. Joe Brandon sends his regards.
Go drop
They
him.
should do that. They should have. Holy crap. Joe Brandon sends his regards, Mr. Trump.
I think it's not
Vigilant.
It's
It's
not
all
like-
you.
There's a lot of
Kill these
shenanigans
fucking birds.
going on both sides.
Not the
It's not like a
shenanigans.
clear cut, like he shouldn't have done that, and they
No, he
should have
definitely
done
shouldn't
this.
have.
It's like there's
That's
a
true.
lot of fuckery, and there's a lot that's been going on throughout history. Whenever people have unchecked power and unchecked influence,
Power
and
corrupts.
they have enemies, and Trump was their enemy.
What the hell is bro?
Kill all these
what
fucking
is bro
birds. Piece of
waffling
shit.
about, man? What is he waffling about, dude? Both there's problems on both sides, the intelligence agency and Donald Trump. I'm just like, what the hell is going on? What is going on in that man's brain? Bro is peculiar. Sorry, bro is peculiar. Oh no, Trump supporters are saying that Donald Trump called for help Bro, Trump did not call for help. What? He was literally watching it go
Got you,
down.
Sky.
What do you mean?
Shut the fuck up, bro.
Publicly, did he call for help? I love.
We're obviously playing with some fucking newbies.
Well, look at this.
You should know that if you've been playing the game goddamn long enough.
Look at this blue check. Look at this. Trump did call for help from the Capitol Police, but Nancy Pelosi and Bowser turned it down, and they denied the request. It's astonishing how little people purport.
Yeah, we're playing with a guy that's level
publicly
2.
available.
Calm down, bro.
What?
Even I was bitching at Roadblock, but at least I'm not getting on the mic.
Oh my gosh,
He's obviously
it's
new.
Trump supporters fighting between Donald Trump did actually call for help, and Donald Trump
Dinos.
like, and this never actually happened, and it was actually all feds.
Come here, Roadblock. This is all you, bro.
Bro, like never actually came back to describe, to show us the publicly available information. Bowser, Bowser came down in the Koopa Copter and instigated January 6th. He's the real villain here. So long, gay Bowser. That is remarkable. Okay. It's so curious how the January 6th narrative has moved. It moved from hell yeah, let's go. It went from hell yeah, let's go. This is our 1776 moment to actually it was all leftists who were doing it and rhinos to actually.
Yeah, I'm playing with all high-level guys, bro. You've been playing this game long enough. Shut the fuck up.
Actually, we did do it, but the feds asked me politely if I would do it, and so I did.
Enemy team. Oh,
truly
shit.
Remarkable how things have changed. It is so crazy.
I'm out.
From hell yeah, we did it. We're gonna take this country back. To actually we didn't do shit, and it was all the left. To
Come on, buddy.
Sure, we did do it, but the feds asked us to. These people are never escaping this, and honestly, I'm glad. I'm happy for it because they shouldn't. They should never escape what they have done. Oh, sorry, I didn't see you there. If you're enjoying the content, hit the subscribe button. If you don't,
Yeah, he has to travel out real far to come get us.
I know a bunch of you who are watching are not subscribed.
Come on, Butch,
Join the
bitch.
frenzy.
Where is he?
You won't regret it. Thank you, bro.
Discussed without her consent, and that dancers were pressured to participate in group Christian prayer.
Oh, gotcha.
Regardless of their
Dumbass.
religious beliefs, all three
Get the
defendants
fuck over
did
here.
little to remedy such actions, despite knowing about them. The lawsuit claims. So surely
I got you,
Wiggly
Vigilant.
becomes a main character.
I
in this
know.
whole
I
thing
know.
as
Save your nut. Save your nut.
the dance captain says another part of the suit highlights
There you
concerns
go.
Lizzo had allegedly expressed about Davis's struggles on tour, including comments Davis perceived
Oh, T-Rex.
as thinly veiled concerns about weight gain. Such statements followed alleged remarks Lizzo previously made about Davis's weight, which the suit claims led her to feel self-conscious and required to speak on the issue. The suit details too a grueling
Match ending
surprise
soon.
audition
God
dancers
damn it.
already hired on
Stupid
the tour
fucking
had to
enemy
undergo
dino.
in order to keep their positions, during which Davis soiled herself
Perfect.
out
Fell
of fear
over and I missed
that
my
she would
grenade.
lose her spot as a dancer if she went to the restroom. Davis claimed she was given transparent shorts to change into. Lizzo has denied these allegations. Dude, how do you even deny this? It's so specific. Like, what
Yeah,
do you...
I'm like, really? How do you make
God
this up?
damn
Like,
it.
how do you think of that to even make that up? Why are you doing that? What are you trying to get out of that?
I think it comes from a place of, like... it sounds like I was about to be like, I think it comes
You
from
gonna
a
say anything?
place.
Nope.
No, I think it comes from a place of being like in that power position.
Good.
Where suddenly you can not only
We
have
actually did
power
really
to
good
do
for
what it is
a
to
level
do,
2 guy
but
on the
you
team.
can hint that they need to do certain things in order to feel comfortable in their job. And I feel like a lot of people.
He was
see
just
stuff
punching
like
him
this
around
and
like
they're
I was.
Well, you know, technically the rules, like you can. She didn't do anything. She didn't force them to do it. She said they can.
I'm still
go
gonna
if they
bitch
wanted
when I
to.
see
Even
players
if
doing
Lizzo
dumb
in good
shit,
faith was
but
asking people to come.
I'm not
to
gonna
these
get on the
events,
mic and
if
bitch at
there
them.
is a feeling of needing to.
They need to
submit
add
such demands, then there obviously is a problem within your team. And
Less
even the
competitive
fact that
mode.
a lawsuit
Take this
came out and
PvP
that
shit
she
outta here.
has to respond to it already means that she likely made some pretty bad mistakes in order for something like this to happen.
Lizzo and Miss Scott questioned whether Miss Davis was struggling with something, as she seemed less committed to her role on the dance cast.
It says, although they never explicitly stated it, these questions, accompanied by Lizzo's statements made after the South by Southwest Music Festival, gave Miss Davis the impression that she needed to explain her weight gain and disclose intimate personal details about her life in order to keep her job. Okay, so basically there is a big part earlier in this statement around March 2021 where Ariana was asked by Lizzo and her management company to submit a psychological examination for this show that was like on Amazon Prime called Watch Out for the Big Girls, aka Walk to Bagoo. But basically
I
she
want to
had
see something.
you know, submit this examination to make sure she was psychologically healthy enough to be on the show, and she disclosed that she struggles with you know, a few different things, including anxiety, depression, etc. And she fully believes that her disclosure of these things in the psychological exam were being relayed to Lizzo and her management company, which is why they ended up becoming like worried about her and started like worrying about her physical health.
And I mean, specifically anxiety and depression, which occasionally results in binge eating. So for that information to be brought back to Lizzo and her team, and then for them to bring that up, I feel like if you know someone has an eating disorder and struggles with that, the last thing that you should point out about them is the fact that they've gained weight.
There is obviously like a deeper issue in terms of Lizzo and other highly ranked parts of her team having a lot of like manipulation tactics, because that position gives them the ability not to like make sure she checks in on the wellness of her dancers. It's not about that. It's about like breaking down this wall and psychologically trying to wear down these people so they get to the point where they're just like, just tell me what I need to do to keep the job and I'll do it. And it's not even like a thing where Lizzo just cares that much about her company. I think this is legitimately like her own ego needs her team to exist in that way, or else she feels like she can't properly get what she wants. Because the dancer was approached with another job opportunity while working on the Rumors music video, even though she had time before tour because of the live shows being postponed and everything, she approached Lizzo's tour manager, and instead of allowing her to do that job during that time where she was free, she says, do you want the job or not? Implying that she has to stay on set and not take any more positions if she really wanted to keep her position as a tour dancer.
She's putting them in a position where they feel like they can't get other jobs if they want to work with her. It's either work with her or...
Yeah, it could just like end your career in that industry. And again, that's like the point. Like, it's to put these people in a position where they don't have anything else around them. These are like classic manipulation tactics from people who want to have control over a certain person, but they don't know how to do it in an actual healthy way, so they have to have that unhealthy dynamic. Because I think to Lizzo, if it feels like her dancers are too comfortable, it probably feels like to her that they don't fully respect her, or they're not fully gonna have Lizzo's back in any situation. And obviously they're not. But yeah, there's a whole thing about Miss Quigley, Shirlene Quigley, who is one of the judges and instructors on the Amazon Prime show, basically like got really creepy about a lot of people, especially with Ariana, with Davis. She discovered that she was a virgin, and it quickly became a topic of extreme importance to Miss Quigley, and she'd routinely bring up her virginity in conversations.
You got a
with
witch
her,
doctor.
and even
Thank you.
mentioned it in
Thank
interviews
you, bro.
she participated in, and later posted a social media broadcasting an intensely personal detail about her to the world. How did that even happen? How do you accidentally broadcast someone's virginity to the world?
Well, I don't think it was an accident. Like, I think she literally, like...
She just, like, was so used to it being a part of her.
Yeah, she's just like, yeah, let's just, like, talk about it. Doesn't matter.
Isn't it crazy?
Isn't that crazy? Not a big... Huh? That's your coworker.
Yeah, it's super, ugh.
Well,
Gross.
not even, though, because that's the dance instructor, so that's kind of someone who...
It's still someone
That's like a boss,
yeah.
in a way.
And there was a nude photo shoot that dancers had to participate in that people were very uncomfortable about. Obviously, this is a show for Amazon Prime, and it's a challenge. I don't know. She also dreaded the thought of not earning a spot performing on the tour with Lizzo. Basically had an anxiety attack on set, and she was allowed to participate in the photo shoot partially clothed in a nude bra, and this was, you know, the foreshadowing for all the shit that got a lot worse. There's so much stuff about Miss Quigley and all of the religious stuff in here.
They made them do a nude photo shoot when, like, these people, they're not models, like, they're dancers.
Yeah, that's crazy to, like, push that on somebody.
You're not signing up for that by agreeing to be on this show. Even if they are models, it's like,
Good
that's
shit.
Like something I feel like you should disclose before letting them take the job. Like, you might have to do stuff nude. Do you still want to do this? Also, why? Like, what's the point? Why are you making
Oh,
people
give us a
do this?
special
Just
mission.
Because you're comfortable posing nude on camera for, like, your album cover, just because that's fine with you, doesn't mean that that's fine with other people. And that's okay. Like, not everyone has to be comfortable being nude and, like, showing off their body and touching naked people and stuff. Not everyone has to be okay with that for them to still believe in bodily autonomy. Like, people should be allowed to not do things they don't want to do.
And again, that's the point. The answer is always like, yeah, that's like, oh, there's a like the reason this bad thing happens is always to put her in a position where people feel like she is the boss. She is 100% that woman. We should read her response and we should look at some TikToks. But
Thank you
first,
for
I
the
wanna
healing
touch
witch
on
doctor,
one part
very
of
useful.
this lawsuit that I heard a lot about that I have not that we have not seen yet. Okay,
Interdimensional
Oh my
travel.
God.
Oh my gosh, dude!
Let's
there's just so
go.
much stuff
I'm
here.
ready
I'm sure
to
we'll see more on
nut.
TikTok and learn even more about specific things that happen, but this might be a little bit out of context. But let's read this part. Before Lizzo left, Miss Rodriguez asked if she could have a
Oh,
word
what's up,
with Lizzo.
boys?
Miss Rodriguez explained that she did not
Oh,
appreciate
Big
how Lizzo has
Daddy.
handled the situation with Miss Davis, and that Miss Rodriguez
Look at my
felt
dance.
disrespected and therefore would resign. This resignation drew both Miss Quigley's and Lizzo's ire. Miss Quigley screamed at Miss Rodriguez and Miss Davis, calling them disrespectful. Then Lizzo aggressively approached Miss Rodriguez, cracking her knuckles,
Stop pushing me, I'm
balling her
dancing.
fists, and exclaiming,
Fucking with my groove.
"You're lucky, you're so fucking lucky." Miss Rodriguez feared that Lizzo intended to hit her and would have done so if the other dancers had not intervened. Neither security nor management did anything to de-escalate the situation. As Lizzo left the room, she raised both her middle fingers and yelled, "Bye, bitch." I can only say that because it was quoted in the article.
I like that, actually.
You like that?
You can say it again if you want.
I don't want to say it again.
Okay. Oh my God! It's like a cartoon.
She's
What the
literally like
fuck?
a cartoon villain.
Make your
Also,
mind up,
Come
bro.
on.
Which platforms are you bringing up?
Because
Which ones are you
someone
keeping
wants
down?
to quit the job, you can't just scream at them and be like, "Oh, you're so lucky to have this position." This is so bad. That is so awful.
I know, it's just one of those things where you just keep having to be like, this is bad, and then it's like, yeah, it's bad. Like, wow, this is the article title that I also got from the Vox thing has this headline, which I thought you'd think is funny.
Gotta kill 3
Lizzo's lawyer is a Hollywood bulldog.
big birds.
Marty Singer?
Where they at?
His name is Marty Singer. He has a lengthy list of famous clients. No way. There's no way. Wait. Hold on. He didn't represent
Jesus
Cosby in the
Christ.
trial. He faced for allegations of drugging and R-wording women over the course of his decades-long career. And Singer long kept a lid on Cosby's charges before the two parted ways in 2015.
Good
Charlie
shit. We're
Sheen.
fucking him up.
Oh my God, he's bald.
Alright, let's
now?
keep moving.
Wait, this is
What?
John Travolta.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, is this the new one? The new Jonah Hill? Wait, this happened in July. Predatory behavior. What is going on?
And he defended Jonah Hill, dude. Like, and now she's getting this same guy.
Should we watch some tiki-takis about it?
Yeah, let's watch.
Maybe this guy will explain even more.
So not only was Lizzo pressuring her dancers to stick bananas in their bananas, have other people eat
Fucking
out of
bitch.
them as well as
Wait, I don't think she was pressuring them to eat, to put them in themselves. I think it was coming out of the dancers, and they
Damn
were.
it.
Yeah,
Which is
well, I
insane.
mean, all of it.
I mean, obviously it's bad. I'm just saying. I don't think she was like, you need to shove banana in there. I think that was one of the tricks of the banana bar. That's probably why it's called the banana bar. Banana in bar. Sorry. Miss Quigley also had a party trick in which she would
Respawn unavailable.
simulate
What is
in
this?
front of the rest
Oh,
of
we
the
didn't kill all the,
dance
thank you,
cast. What kind of
Roadblock,
Christian
thank
woman
you.
is this?
I was just gonna say,
Thank
is
you,
this the
Brody.
Christian one?
Yeah, she continued to
Such a
preach at
king.
everyone in her surroundings, especially about her beliefs regarding Christianity and sexuality. She often made comments deriding people who engaged in premarital sex, knowing that some members of the dance cast did not share her views. But then she does the banana trick in front of everybody. Hello? She had no problem sharing her masturbatory habits. I'm gonna have to get so. I don't want to keep
I
getting.
need you, Zephyr.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to bleep out so much
Bleep out
stuff.
so much.
Sharing her masturbatory habits with the dance cast, often stating things to the effect, masturbating is
Good
against my
shit.
religion. But today I had an oopsie. There's like endless things going on here. I'm so over it.
Who
Big
does
dicks?
that?
Protruding from the
what is this?
performers.
I got lucky.
Yeah, so the nude performers were launching things from their vaginas, and also they were.
I can see them on the map. Gotta get rid of
the bananas.
Oh fuck.
Protruding. I don't think they eat the whole banana. I think it's probably a thing where they. I don't even want to explain it. They probably.
Oh, I can dodge over. Can I make that? Nope.
This video is very like unorganized, but hey.
Good shit.
It wouldn't have happened.
Gotta
if
kill
we didn't
purple
just
little
jump
purple
into it,
things.
right?
He also kind of got the first thing
Oh.
wrong, so I'm like, okay,
He
what
got
else
something
is-
wrong right away.
Like at the very beginning, so I'm like, okay. Well,
Nah, but I think
go.
so many people don't really know the extent to which so much of this is happening that
Oh,
people
oh.
are like, is there even proof? I mean,
Big
it sounds
steps.
really mean, but did this actually happen? And it's like,
Oh.
go check.
Alright. Change his
Yeah,
mind.
read the lawsuit. It's insane. Like, people are just like, hurry, give me the update. It's like, you read the update, come up with it on your own, unless you watch me, and in that case, you should wait to actually watch my video on it, because I want to make money. This is
I had
bizarre.
no idea. All I knew about before going into this was like that she body shamed the dancers.
They already
Yeah.
fucking
That's
jumped him up there.
literally
God
the
damn it.
only
Get down here, bro.
information I knew about this. And it's like, wow, I
There we
cannot
go.
believe the specifics of all these claims. It's just like
Robot, get over here. We need you.
Big.
horrible.
Let's see, I think this might be Ariana.
And for this to be my first experience is really crazy.
This is her first game.
Oh yeah, that is Ariana and Crystal.
David says that she was pressured to attend sex shows in Europe even though it was against her religious beliefs.
To be honest, this is a corporate
Dude, not only to have the religious beliefs that go against doing that, but to have someone on the team who self-proclaims themselves constantly as being religious is insane.
Yeah.
To be like, oh, there's another Christian person here, and she's just she's like downing bananas and like
Let's go, bitch.
yelling at people about their virginity.
Quickly posted to Instagram.
God
the same
damn
day
it.
The suit was filed, but did not reference it directly.
Can we even watch CBS
me out.
News Los Angeles?
Thank you so much.
So it seems like Lizzo released audition tapes that they sent
We've got
to
another one.
her, where they're obviously saying how much they want to work with her, how inspired they are, and whatever. But just because you say good things
Jesus.
about your boss, and just because while you're working for a place, and this happens with a lot of other controversies going on, just because you're sending good messages,
Oh,
and
he's
positive
dead.
messages to the
Got
person
both of them.
who employs you, that doesn't mean that there's some sort of power that they are holding over you to feel like you need to say something.
But dance is my first love, and music is my passion. And
You say that all the time. She stole your thing.
I do say that all the time. Dance is my first love. I think this is the video.
Hey everybody, I just want to get on here really quick and say God is so good.
Holy shit, he's
God
dead.
loves you so much. No matter what you're going through, even if you don't love him, he loves you. And yeah, I just wanted to
There we
tell
go.
everyone that God loves you and I love you and glory to God and I hope you're smiling.
Glory to God.
Shut the hell up.
If I had to torture a person saying stuff like
Lady,
this to me,
fuck
like,
God.
all the time, every day,
How about that?
dude, shut up. Like, please.
I was about to you like that.
She did in terms of like pushing on other people, mentioning people's
Where the
virginity.
fuck is that guy
people's
shouting?
identity.
Oh, over
It's all
here.
gross.
That's not it.
There's
There's
more?
another page. There's like several other pages.
Oh.
Yeah, we
God
literally-
damn
Oh
it.
my gosh. I thought
Make
that
her
was
mind.
so
Oh.
far, and that she was like gonna.
No, that's not all she said.
Okay, so let's end this on going back to Lizzo's statement, which is much longer.
Oh,
than
his
this
rock
page,
can't even reach
as
me.
I
His,
just learned.
his shit throw.
You know, she says all this stuff about the last few days being gut-wrenching, everything is
All right,
false
there's one more.
allegations. Next page starts with, "As
Oh,
an artist,
she's
I've
died
always
on
been
top of
very
the gun.
passionate about what I do. I take my music and my performances seriously because at the end of the day, I want to put out the best art that represents me and my fans. With passion comes hard work and high
We win?
standards. Sometimes I have to make hard decisions, but it's never my intention to make anyone feel uncomfortable or like they aren't valued
We
as
won.
an important part of the team. I'm not here to be looked at as a victim, but I also know that I am not the villain that people in the media have portrayed me to be these last few days. I am very open with my sexuality and expressing myself, but I cannot accept or allow people to use that openness to make me out to be something I am not. There's nothing I take more seriously than the respect.
God damn it! Why did I pop off?
I know what it feels like to be body shamed on a daily basis, and I would absolutely never criticize or terminate
What the
an
fuck?
employee because of their weight. I'm hurt, but I will not let the good work I've done in this world be overshadowed by this. I want to thank everyone who has reached out in support to lift me up during this difficult
Shoot him in the
time.
dick.
And there is something I find interesting here in one of the top
Oh,
comments.
little
saying, "I believe
balls. You
the
got
things
little
that it's
explosive
interesting that no one
balls."
has ever come as hard for a white man as the media is coming for Lizzo right now."
Hold on, Biden. Are you still talking?
I do see where there are places where things will be blown up to a big extent by small groups on the internet, specifically a lot of men who want to use this and weaponize this against women who try to be in power positions or do what Lizzo preaches to do. But at the same time, I do think the reason that the media has blown this up so big is because Lizzo is a very big face of, like, you know, like I said before, championing body positivity and fighting against sexism. And I don't know, that's like so a part of her image. I think it just surprises everyone to see that she specifically would be someone who would do these horrible things. But at the end of the day, I am going to believe the workers who are being put on blast and are being harassed and told that all these horrible things that, you know, people are now going to throw on her after coming out saying that Lizzo made her feel a certain way about her weight and treated her a certain way in the workplace. But we have to look at this in an isolated circumstance and say that despite whether or not the media blows us up more or less than it should, I think the argument should just be about the victims and how we can raise their voices.
How is this some type of, oh, they just want to get their bag situation when, don't you know what happens when you sue someone? You spend a lot of money on legal fees. Why would anyone put themselves through this if they didn't feel like they were mistreated?
I don't know, it's another one of those situations where sadly I think she has such a big base and she has so much power that it's going to be interesting to see which way the media sides on this.
Also, I wanted to bring this up too because this person also pointed it out. The fact that she, in this statement, has to mention that, oh, she's really open with her sexuality and expressing herself and cannot allow or accept people to use that openness to make me out to be something I am not.
Yeah, it's so like, oh, so I was open with my sexuality, I express myself the way I do, and now you're taking advantage of that to make me look like a bad person because I'm so open with my sexuality, I tried to force you to eat a banana out of someone's hand.
Yeah, and it's just like so counterproductive because I think it is important to be comfortable being open with your sexuality. You can be open with your sexuality without making the dancers on your team eat bananas out of naked people.
Yeah. Thank you guys for watching this video. Thank you, Dev Limes, for, it's weird addressing you as Dev Limes. Thanks for coming and teaching us about all the music drama going on.
Yeah, I did a lot of teaching, and by that I mean learning, because I knew less about this than you did, I think, going into this. So
yeah, I only really knew stuff about, like, that I saw on Twitter and people texting me, but I hope people at least got to learn a little bit more about it through the video. If you want to read the entire lawsuit, I'll actually link that in the description. Watch our video on Doja Cat that I did with Dev. Listen to our new album that our band put out, Queef Jerky. We are officially like a real band. We have like a lot of monthly listeners now.
Yeah.
We had 111,000 monthly listeners.
Queef Jerky.
When we were at 7.
What
7,000.
the fuck?
How is this even happening?
Eminem type feet.
500,000. We released that less than a month ago.
Queef stew.
Hell yeah.
What
Like,
the
that's
fuck?
crazy. Guys, just subscribe to more people in general, okay?
You guys should do it more
Just
often.
do it. Just press the button for everyone that you like. Just go press it.
Yeah. Okay. I think that's it. Bye, everyone.
Somebody said witch doctor.
Sorry, this stinks, guys. This situation.
I got
stinks.
you.
Oh, you're still. Oh, I thought you were like out of video mode, and you were like, "Oh, I'm sorry." You're like, have a great day and a good rest of your week. Cut. Oh, I'm sorry. But yeah, this is a bummer of a situation. Not Queef, of course, but Lizzo.
I hope everyone is.
I hope you guys are okay after you heard about the Lizzo stuff. It's like she died. Hope everyone's doing well, grieving. Maybe you guys can, Jerome.
It's kind of a mouthful, but
Austin is a hella greedy lover. What the? Ah! See, dude, you are not beating the selfish top allegations tonight.
one day you will all find out. I'm a selfless top, service top.
We the virgins and sex workers play truth or drink.
Let me spank you right now or take a shot.
All right, get it over with.
Hi, I'm Waylon. I'm 21 and I'm a sex worker.
And I'm David. I'm 31 and I don't have sex.
I'm Natalie. I'm 25 and I am a virgin.
And I'm Brian. And I'm 49 and I am a sex worker. What kind of sex working do you imagine?
God damn it, bro.
Oh, okay.
Like maybe OnlyFans or porn, maybe?
I'm like an OnlyFans.
Thank God.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you do like OnlyFans?
Damn, they're so far ahead.
Oh, okay, cool.
Alright, I gotta get my shit together. Sorry, guys.
I've also escorted, done webcamming, and yeah, so just overall sex.
I got attack boost for everybody.
Please?
Oh, yeah.
Cheers.
Cheers. Yeah. You ready?
Yep.
Okay. Okay. What do you picture when you think of a sex worker, and how do I fit that image?
For some reason, I usually think of
I mean, they gave that to you. That's not a mistake. They did that on purpose. They kind of cooked.
Oops, sorry, Miss Am.
Who the hell cuts Brian's hair? No way he's a sex worker. First of all, he definitely could be. He probably is. Why would he lie about that? And secondly, there's a market for everything, and even a market for that haircut, apparently.
it as like exclusively women doing it.
Well, you'd probably be right, 90% of the time.
What do you picture when you think of a sex worker?
Probably like high heels, lots of skin showing.
High top colors.
Do I look like a virgin?
No, I would have never guessed you were.
Also, these guys are all Seattle sex workers.
Oh, really?
Everybody thinks like when you think of sex worker, you think like, I don't know, stereotypical like porn stars that you know, but that category is so insanely broad. It varies from like cam girls to strippers, and we're talking about Seattle in general, so it's like they're all gonna be like grunge and all, you know what I mean? Also, all I needed to know that my man is a virgin, no disrespect to the virgins in the chat, but like, what's going on here? You know what I mean? He's got the thumb holes and he's using them. I mean, I can't tell if he's just trying to maintain it.
Because you're attractive and you just kind of seem like the kind of guy that likes to have fun. But I do automatically go to like if she
Damn it.
wants to have sex. Maybe it's because of religion.
I'm not religious. I just haven't taken any actionable steps to do it. I've never been like so bored where it's just like I have nothing to do. Let me download like Grindr or Tinder or whatever.
Yeah.
I'm also into guys.
Okay, cool. I'm into guys.
Okay.
I was a big thumb hole guy my entire virgin teenage years, and the moment I had sex, I swear I never saw those videos again. Yeah, this is he might just be ace and also simultaneously wants to maintain his ace integrity, you know what I mean? He's like ace and he's like, you know, I just don't want people to flirt with me.
For me, it's a lack of options. I don't really go out much, and I'm not great at talking to new people.
What have you done sexually?
Nothing at all. Like hugging, holding hands, sharing a bed. Like, no, not even that.
I've only ever been on one date.
One date? Self-depresses.
Like when I go on dating apps or whatever, I'm not really that like pulled by the amount of people on there.
What app are you on?
Like Tinder.
Back in the day, it was Craigslist, man. You could get laid like crazy on Craigslist. It was like shooting fish in a barrel.
Does being a sex worker affect your relationships and private sex life?
Since you're just overly sexualized at work, sometimes you're just not like in the mood once you get home.
Oh, you don't get like any jealous partners or anything like that?
Not really. They don't need to know every single detail, and if they did, then they probably would be jealous. But like, they know what I do, and they're okay with it. If not, they're not in my life.
I was in a long-term relationship, and it ended.
Wait, Caffeine King? What the fuck?
Yeah, it was hard, but I love what I do. And
Must have got killed by the sniper.
Does being a sex worker affect your relationships and private sex life?
No, it's sort of a different thing.
Are you with
Caffeine.
I'm married.
Bro.
You know, sometimes the missus will come home and be like, oh, hang on, I'm man-horning. She's like, well, knock it off. We gotta go do a thing. I'm like, okay, that's good.
Wait, so is it open relationship?
Get out of shape 'cause I'm showing people my asshole or whatever they want. You'd be surprised how many people want to see my asshole. Apparently, it's a very photogenic asshole.
oh, I'm so excited. Show me your oral sex skills using a piece of fruit.
Oh, fuck. That's gonna be terrible, but I'll do it.
I kind of want to see how you would eat food, but I don't want to put it on camera.
I'm fine with that. Why not?
Oh my god.
You want me to
Did she
say
just
sexy things while you do it? It's like, ooh, yeah.
Did she just ask him to eat her pussy? Am I seeing what I saw? Is that what did I miss that? Or did I come into the wrong video?
How did I not heal you?
I kind of want to see how you would eat food, but I don't want to put it on camera.
I'm fine with that. Why not?
Oh, on a fruit. I thought she wanted him to eat her pussy. I was like, God damn, what an invitation. I thought that was like some smooth pickup line.
I kind of want to see how you would eat food, but I don't want to put it on camera.
I'm fine with that. Why not?
So I thought that she was wanting to eat a pussy. That's what I thought.
I thought that given that she's talking to a virgin, that she was like, and she's a sex worker who probably cares a lot about consent. She was like, I want to see it, but I know that you might be uncomfortable doing it on camera. You know what I mean?
Well, I read that situation completely wrong.
Fucking horny.
I'm not horny. I just thought she was like, I want you to. Wow. I completely misjudged that. I thought she was being smooth. I was like, wow, that was some smooth way to be.
That's why you're homo flexible, dog.
I'm not homo flexible. I would never eat pussy. You can call me selfish all you want. Ugh. I mean, not like that. Pussy's beautiful and natural. All the above things. Vaginas are one of those beautiful.
The way you talk
things.
about pussy is like the way I talk about anal. It's funny. Like
Yeah,
when I talk about anal, you get mad.
You
You're
call
like,
it poop cracking.
Okay, I'm saying if your partner is not ready for it, it is poop crack.
No, now you're backtracking. You're backpedaling. Right?
It is.
What's a
If she's ready for it, you're still poop fracking, but there's no poop. You know what I mean?
Well,
it's like tapping a mine.
You're
and there's
pee
no
fracking when it comes to vagina and stuff.
Fair.
Pee comes out of the vagina, as we all know. It's in the same vicinity. Okay.
I mean,
It's in the same vicinity.
Stood on Patreon paywall. Those naked girls had to fuck you aren't off these. Okay, dude, that was behind the paywall. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, you gotta pay for that shit.
Austin, you weren't there.
Oh really?
Yeah, this was one episode that you weren't there.
I saw it doesn't give me any PTO.
Girl. Oh. Ooh. Yeah. Oh, that's nice. Oh. What? Getting a little worked up over there.
What's up the dick?
Is he a virgin?
It came off. I took the dick off. Okay. I'm out of ideas already.
No, you're doing well.
Oh, we gotta kill a bunch of birds. Fuck.
You just like need to like suck it, like a little. That's me personally. You just need to like suck the clit a little more, but that's good.
You're a natural.
Now who's
Are
the
you sure you
jackass?
haven't-
I was reading the situation perfectly.
Bro, she's fucking horny. Yo, 4 virgins and one guy who's about to lose his virginity and sex workers play truth or drink. What the fuck? Succubus.
Done that before. Well, you and the banana should have an OnlyFans. Man, I'd subscribe to that shit.
How many people want to see this guy's ass?
Describe what you think sex feels like.
It's like eating like a really warm apple pie. Like, yeah.
Wouldn't have thought of that as a description.
Describe what you think sex feels like.
Let's take a shot.
That's a shot?
Yeah.
That one? Okay. How would you describe sex?
It's kind of in its own category. It's not a good way to replicate.
Warm.
Otherwise, people be at the pie.
Why is this guy's hands
Fuck.
so black? Wait, look at this chat.
The line around the block.
Oh, they got him. Nice.
Penetrated by penis.
Wait.
Way to replicate.
I started fucking around last minute. God damn it.
No, look at his hands, bro. He's got soot.
This video is awesome. Fuck yeah.
What is happening there? He's got like fucking. He's got Marat's hands.
What is a pussy feel like? I really don't remember.
You don't remember what a pussy feels like?
Oh, I was wearing a condom, so.
You've never had sex with a woman at all?
Maybe I'm not gay.
Dude, what the fuck? I mean, nah. I mean, you would know.
Really?
Yeah, no, there's still
Fuck.
so much more. There's still so much more that makes you.
Maybe that's the barrier. Maybe.
Nah, there's so much more that makes you
Maybe
excited.
the Catholics are onto some shit.
Damn.
I'm telling you right
The
now.
Catholics are onto some shit.
If you
They
had
think birth control is because it feels like
Austin,
shit.
if you had sex with a woman and did it with a condom, don't even remember the experience.
Oh my God! Not that part of Catholicism, you fucking freaks. I'm talking about the fact that they're. Oh
Wait, what part
God.
of-
Oh God.
Wait, what
Not
did
that.
you say?
Oh no.
Oh no! You said maybe the Catholics got to figure it out. I immediately knew what you meant.
God damn it. I
thought you were talking about
the birth
contraception.
control. Yeah, contraception. That's what I was talking about, you fucking weirdos. God, Jesus Christ. God, this
Thanks, bro.
I didn't even think about the other side, and I make
what
jokes like that all the
Graf
time. So no, what I was trying to say is like there's so many other moving parts that would get you incredibly horny before the act of sex. The
Fuck, I'm
act
gonna
of
use my
your-
shield.
your-
Oh, and
your-
an enemy
yes.
dominator. Perfect. 3 T-Rexes at the same time.
Not even just boobs, like everything.
Why do we have 3 tanks?
Yeah.
Every part of a woman.
I'm gonna play as
Yeah.
Nimbus.
I knew I was gay because the description of the woman
Let's go, boys.
that I gave that I loved the most was the navel. When I said, what was your favorite part of a woman?
That's a sexy
I
part.
described this part.
That's not bad. That's actually.
Yes, but you know who also...
I literally was.
You know who
I
also
actually was thinking about the
is very
navel
sexy.
area when I was gonna say like every part.
You know who also resembles a navel like that?
Good
Twins,
shit.
Also. And men in general.
Okay. But I mean, you've already said you think all boobs look alike, so that's the gayest shit you could say.
I stand by that.
That's insane.
I stand by breasts all look the same.
Guys, is Hasanabi not with women's or with man? No, not with women.
I got you, bro.
He wrote the "Women Are My Favorite Guy" or guy. Yeah, the song. Fucking so good.
True twinks are built so nice like female models.
Good shit.
I love that fucking. Can you play that song with me?
Listen to me.
Otherwise, people be at the pie store.
Get on my shashlik.
Be a line around the block.
What does it feel like to be penetrated by a penis?
No, you're right. I see what you're saying.
That cat suit ass.
What? She couldn't describe what it's like to be penetrated by a penis as a sex worker? That's crazy.
What does it feel like to get penetrated by a penis?
I don't fucking know. I've never been penetrated by a penis. You tell me. Oh wait, you don't know either. Well, yeah, you have been in your mouth.
Oh yeah, I've been penetrated.
Boom.
By a
There you go.
penis. In your. That's not how. Yeah, I know what it's like.
Oral
There you go, you can
penetration.
explain it.
Oh. I don't know how to really describe it. It's kind of a mouthful, but.
Austin is a hella greedy lover. What the fuck? Ah! See, dude, you are not beating the selfish top allegations tonight.
One day you will all find out. I'm a selfless top, service top.
Oh, I got a webbit skin.
Although I have been.
Feels a bit whack, but like okay. Wait, what? That's what it feels like to get penetrated by a penis?
That's kind of cool.
That's awesome. That's such a funny way to describe it. What the fuck?
Such a neutral.
I like that better. Matches my
whatever.
Yeah,
decals.
it's whack, but all right, I'll do it.
Maybe. I mean, I don't know. You might be like, I don't know.
Oh yeah.
Sex. I'm wanting more. Tell the world to stop the war. And by that I mean they miss a lot. They hit. By that I mean they miss a lot. What do you? Like a lot of penises miss for you? How does that work?
God, it just must suck.
What does that mean?
Like, sleeping around as a woman, like men are so bad at sex.
It's better for me, dude. Competition.
Selfish.
Competition.
Selfish.
Competition. Shit. I'm not gonna fucking sit here.
Oh, you mean it like that? I thought you meant like it's better for me. I don't give a fuck how they feel. Sort of thing.
Oh no, I was talking about how like straight dudes have a lot of hangups. It's
promise
awesome.
you, if we were both gay, or if you were gay, you would be the more selfish of tops, 100%. And they would.
I would fuck so much more than you.
Oh,
and you know it. You don't. You fucking dude. One night you're gonna wake up. One night you're gonna wake up like in cold sweats, terrified.
I want a
because
blind.
You had a nightmare that I was gay and I fucked every twin that you wanted.
Can't start a game yet. Got a little pickup coming. Let's go on the training ground and test out how strong some of these guys are. Vigilant. I want to test that charge attack. I want to see how it works on each dino. Oh, there it is.
That you wanted to hit on.
I'll go fuck something right now.
Don't take your phone out. Don't immediately touch your phone.
I'm just kidding. I'm joking. I would never do that.
Are you? Because I feel like you're not joking.
No, I'm not gonna fuck anybody right now. That's ridiculous. It's a fuck off.
A sex worker, you think like, you know, I don't know, stereotypical like porn stars that you know, but.
And I am a sex worker. What kind of sex working do you imagine?
Austin, why are you sitting there?
And I don't.
And?
Oh, okay.
Like maybe OnlyFans or porn, maybe?
I'm like an OnlyFans chatterbaits kind of sex worker.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you do like OnlyFans stuff?
I'm a stripper.
Oh, okay, cool.
I'm a stripper. I've also escorted, done webcamming, and yeah, so just overall sex worker, I guess.
You want to start off with a shot?
Please?
Oh, yeah.
Cheers. Cheers?
Cheers, yeah. You ready?
Yep.
Okay. Okay. What do you picture when you think of a sex worker, and how do I fit that image?
For some reason, I usually think of.
I mean, they gave that to him. That's not a mistake. They did that on purpose. They kind of cooked him, not gonna lie. Who the hell cuts Brian's hair? No way he's a sex worker. First of all, he definitely could be. He probably is. Why would he lie about that? And secondly, there's a market for everything, and even a market for that haircut.
Double crit doesn't really do much.
That's like exclusively women doing it.
Well, you'd probably be right, 90% of the time.
What do you picture when you think of a sex worker?
Probably like high heels, lots of skin showing.
High top Converse.
Do I look like a virgin?
No, I would have never guessed you were a virgin.
Also, these guys are all Seattle sex workers.
Oh, really? Why is that?
Everybody thinks like when you think of sex worker, you think like, I don't know, stereotypical like porn stars that you know. But that category is so insanely broad. It varies from like cam girls to strippers, and we're talking about Seattle in general. So it's like they're all gonna be like grunge and all, you know what I mean? Also, all I needed to know that my man is a virgin. No disrespect to the virgins in the chat, but like, what's going on here? You know what I mean? Got the thumb holes and he's using them. I mean, I can't tell if he's just trying to maintain it.
Because you're attractive and you just kind of seem like the kind of guy that likes to have fun. But I do automatically go to, like, you're choosing not to have sex. Maybe because of religion?
I'm not religious. I just haven't taken any actionable steps to do it. I've never been like so bored where it's just like, I have nothing to do. Let me download like Grindr or Tinder or whatever.
Yeah.
I'm also into guys, so.
Okay, cool. I'm into girls too.
Okay.
I was a big thumb hole guy my entire virgin teenagers, and the moment I had sex, I swear I never saw those hoodies again. Yeah, this is. He might just be ace, and also simultaneously wants to maintain his ace integrity. You know what I mean? He's just like. He's like ace, and he's like, I just don't want people to flirt with me.
For me, it's a lack of options. I don't really go out much, and I'm not great at talking to new people.
What have you done sexually?
Nothing at all. Like hugging, holding hands, sharing a bed. No, not even that.
I've only ever been on one date.
One date?
I can't hear shit. I'll watch this another time.
The degree of negligence.
Austin, you need to pay attention to this 100%. Killed 120. I
just know. All right.
Okay, Austin, are you familiar with this?
Were nowhere to be seen. They were about to witness one of the worst airplane disasters in European history, and it left.
Pause.
Can't really hear it that well.
Hello, and welcome to yet another episode of WIC TV, a cross-ideological space where we come together to discuss issues both political and cultural, from the silly to the serious. Gang, we got a good one for you today. This debate series is the second in a two-part series sponsored by Rebellion. Rebellion is a progressive path led by Brianna Wu, focused on communication and strategic alliances across the political divide. Rebellion believes that we can't solve problems without talking to each other about them, and we strongly support the mission of WIC TV. So here we are, gang. No one here has been paid to be here. No one's been paid to have a position. We're just going to be discussing contraception today? Is it good for our society? Should we legislate it or restrict it through the law?
Let's go.
Why or why not? We'll get into it as we go. And I want to start by giving my guests here a brief introduction and a brief opening statement, and then we'll just get into the meat of it. We'll start with Bagels. Go ahead.
Awesome, thanks. I wrote out some opening comments, but the rest of it should be unscripted off the top. I want to thank Wick for organizing this discussion and giving me the opportunity to talk about this important and interesting topic. I want to thank
Damn, he's
you, Chris,
quiet.
for recommending
Turn your
the
mic
book,
up, bro.
And I want to thank Vosh for taking the time to talk with me.
Thank you, Vosh.
I was initially hesitant to participate because I'm aware that my positions and arguments about this topic are unpopular. However, in the hope of good faith discussion about an interesting topic and with the advice and support of friends, I'm happy to be here. I should also mention that I'm Roman Catholic and as a result am part of the One Last traditions and communities who oppose contraception. That said, I would resist any preconceived judgments, first about my positions on any particular topic, including this one, and second, that my arguments about this topic are simply reducible to a position of irrational faith or contingent upon the demonstration of the existence of God. My positions on this topic are hopefully fundamentally rooted in the exercise of reason according to a virtue ethicist moral framework and a teleological ontology.
Yo, it's
Both
Jack.
orientations have served as traditions of thought for millennia without contingency upon the previous theological questions I mentioned. I would also say that I take exception to the title of this discussion.
He's got a whole fucking...
He's
got a whole fucking terms and service agreement here? What is this shit? Fucking, you signed a waiver before you did the debate?
Advocate for forced
Yeah, the
or
code.
anything of the kind.
It's setting it already.
Clickbait is how you get views on the internet, and I can certainly appreciate a meme. However, I do take discussions about topics like this seriously and genuinely want to find the truth, even if that entails admitting I have made a mistake or am wrong. As a last preliminary, I would also say that I'm incredibly conscious of the fact that this discussion, as far as
I think Vosh's beard... Vosh. I think Vosh. Fuck it. I think Vosh's beard helps cover his smile pretty well. I think he's like cracking smiles under there, but I can't see because his beard's so fucking fuzzy.
Understand it is between three men
Got
about
some
a topic that has
Sasquatch
incredibly
beard.
intimate impact upon
Looks
women.
nice.
I don't
Not
think
like
that this
Sasquatch
means we
though,
cannot
but-
or should not discuss the topic, but I do think it's important to retain that fact in the back of one's head. There's a level of existential familiarity with contraception that I do not have that is likely
This
extremely
guy's
important to
Sasquatch.
obtain the best point of view on this topic in particular.
Getting that hairy
As a
swamp
result,
pussy.
I will try to restrict my comments to what I do know makes the most sense to me and am persuaded by. To state my argument succinctly, I hold that contraception is a particular application
Jesus
of vice
Christ, what
against
is
the
this?
virtue of charity, or chastity, and as a result is a violation of natural law, specifically as that has to do with human sexuality and its telos. Or in other words, contraception is contrary to what makes human sexuality intelligible, coherent, and good.
Getting the
as the thing
chapstick
that it
ready.
is.
You
I
can
would
give him some
briefly
kisses.
begin by stating something fundamentally
getting his
obvious.
protection
that is, human
ready.
beings are the kind of animals who make moral judgments.
Do we need a medic?
Regardless
You
of how we
fucking
do so, or
assholes.
the meaning that may
I'll
or
play
may not
Nimbus.
be behind our doing so.
I'll be your
Everyone
sweet
makes
nurse.
judgments about what is good and bad. One of the most important ways we are able to arrive at such judgments is through understanding what the object of our analysis is. In so doing, we consider what the ideal or perfect instantiation of the object would be, and then its function and how well or poorly it attains to that perfection. Those qualities which we identify as useful and effective at drawing a thing in unity with its perfection, we identify as virtues or excellencies, in the Greek arete. This, in a nutshell, is the process
Goddamn,
of
bro,
virtue
what is
ethics
this?
and teleology. We can apply such analysis to everything in reality, including sexuality. Thus, we can come to understand what sex is both in particular actuality and in abstract perfection. Then we can turn our minds to sussing out what constitutes what is good and bad with respect to sexuality. In so doing, we identify various qualities or virtues that serve as guideposts to our moral judgments about both particular and general cases.
Okay, well, thank you. That was quite in depth, and I'm sure we will get into it in the meat of the discussion. Vosh, you're up.
Yeah, as I suspected, I don't think this conversation
He's
is going to be
my bad,
primarily
bro.
about contraception. It's
He's
going
waiting
to be
for his
about
counter.
morality, chastity,
Keep the boys juiced up.
birth rates, human sexuality, and romance.
Krieger, get the fuck in there. What are you
Ultimately,
doing back
the
here, you
problem
pussy?
is that when we design doctrines that we use to understand the world and guide our decision making,
a lot of bias goes into the ways in which we construct those doctrines. For example, he talked about sex being an intelligible, coherent, and morally good component of human behavior. The problem is that these loaded terms have been used and misused in so many ways that when I hear it and when I understand what it means in practice, what I think it functionally is PhD philosophy speak, where I think these things are good because I think these things are good. There is a virtue that I think is fundamentally good that should be referred to as a driving motivator for human behavior in society, which is freedom. I think people should have the freedom to make the choices that they want. The idea that the state should be used to restrict people's freedom,
assholes, get in here,
abstract belief in the necessary coherence of human sexual activity, ignores the fact that it has never been coherent. There has never been a point in time where humans lived in perfect accordance with natural law, because natural law does not exist. If you go back far enough,
Krieger, get the fuck in
you will
here.
see behavior which is, by today's standards, certainly for a modern conservative, incoherent and degenerate. There is no point in time you could arrive at by which people would not be behaving by these standards. There's no ideal past. There's no platonic ideal of what we're meant to do when having sex or when engaging in relationships with other people. We have to make these judgments based on modern understandings of what is and isn't harm, an interpersonal level. And I think there's a great deal of harm in both an immediate and in a sort of a missed opportunity sense when we talk about the functional consequence of banning contraception would be, which would be the end to casual sex and reproductive freedom
get your
for women.
ass up
Those
here.
are real harms. They exist really and truly and functionally. They hurt people in material ways that can be quantified. Not so with this abstract notion of a coherent idea of sexuality.
Okay, and with that, I guess we will open up with my first question to both of you. Moment. Okay, NBC News has reported an avalanche of conservative influencers on social media who are promoting messages that are anti-birth control. These social media influencers include Tim Pool, Ben Shapiro, Steve Bannon, etc. Now that Roe v. Wade has been overturned, is access to contraception the next legislative goal for these individuals to attack or block? And is that a good?
Let's go.
I'll let you go first, Bagels. What do you think?
Yeah, so I would say from the outset that it's not necessarily my position that we should entirely ban contraceptives in the sense that nobody could ever use them or anything, or it's like it created some sort of black market or anything like that. I will say that
Krieger, get your fucking ass up there. What are you doing, bro?
Way in which contraceptives
You're not a sniper.
Pervert, I would say, the concept of sexuality more broadly. We should limit and reimagine how we think about them. Because I think that contraceptives lead to a culture of contraception, which is opposition to life, or a culture of death. And that is fundamentally detrimental to human happiness more broadly. So I would be in favor of limitations of contraceptives.
What would those look like?
In terms of practical, I mean, not using them for basically any other purpose other than sort of medical necessity. So if there's some sort of harm that would otherwise unable to be prevented, then you would be able to use contraceptives, but otherwise just being able to have them for whatever reason at all, or even to do something like having sort of casual sex, as Vosh put it, I think is ultimately detrimental to what sex fundamentally is and what it's for.
Okay, well, this is an open discussion, so go ahead, gang.
Oh, happily. See, the Republicans are gunning for it. After the revocation of Roe v. Wade, Clarence Thomas wrote that the court should consider doing the same for Griswold versus Connecticut, which is the Supreme Court precedent that establishes a right to contraception. We do know for a fact that Republican politicians and pundits and lobbying groups are gearing up for it. The reason they're gearing up for it, of course, is because it's in line with the conservative agenda. It's a revocation of women's rights. A day of trad wives, of barefoot pregnant women who can't work a job. It's a social aim that they're gunning for. But I need to, Bagel, I need to ask. I mean, you say it perverts, that it's a death toll. This is silly. And you know this, right? Not wanting to produce a baby is not the same as death. There's nothing to die. There is no death. Nothing lived, so nothing can die. You might as well say that a society in which every woman is not pregnant at all times is a death society, because there are potential lives
Farmer
that
Sam
are not being.
can't even get his counter out there.
Every masturbation session then is, well, you might believe that. Every masturbation session then would be a worship of death, because you're not creating life with the act. And this is silly. People have sex for a number of reasons, and a great deal of it, especially these days, is because it feels good. Why not let them feel good?
Yeah, so I would say to deal with the first thing or the last thing first, the why not just let them feel good. I don't believe that pleasure is some sort of ultimate criterion or has any sort of privileged status in relation to other considerations.
Damn.
And needs to be weighed accordingly.
Nimbus is fucking killing it with the crowds.
Maximizing
that spread shot is really strong.
I would say, for a lot of reasons that go beyond the scope of this discussion, is not sort of the best way in which to live one's life. And again, there's a lot of arguments about that, but that's a separate discussion. Now, with respect to contraceptives specifically, the idea that we have adopted a technology which is a good thing in its sort of what I would regard its appropriate usage, which is
Dominator,
sort of
let's fucking
correcting,
go.
Medical issues that particularly women encounter surrounding reproductive health, then in those uses it would be good. When it becomes an issue is when it's extrapolated out into this broad culture of people just having sex for no other reason, just to have sex or have pleasure.
Why not? Birth control exists to
Because,
control birth.
Sure. So the idea that I mentioned in my previous opening statement was that each thing sort of has a purpose. It has, in order to make a determination about what is good or bad about it, both abstractly in general,
birds.
but then also in a particular instantiation, one has to. This is just how we go about doing
these
moral
little
analysis.
fucking sniper rifles can't hit this
because
guy.
then somebody has to go about deciding the purpose, and that seems to me like a arbitrary process.
No. So the way that we rationally approach determining whether something is good or bad, rather than just willfully saying, "Oh, this is good and I like this," but to have thought behind it, we have to have some sort of analysis, and there's a variety of different ways in which we do that. But what they all at least share is this idea that you have to understand what it is that you're talking about.
I disagree.
And
like, this is a hairbrush, right?
Yeah.
Or I use it for my beard. But if, I don't know, it got buried in the dirt, and got found 1,000 years from now, petrified wood, and somebody thought that it was, I don't know, really good for clobbering people, the initial purpose of this item is irrelevant to the utility that it provides to those who use it. I mean, what is the purpose
I effectively
of an
got
item?
points.
A water
What the
bottle
fuck is
holds water.
Coochie doing
Sure,
all the
its
way out
properties
there?
as a water bottle. If it held juice, would it become worthless? If it was used as a decorative
Coochie
piece,
cool.
would it become
De
useless?
coo-
I
de
don't understand
Coochie?
this, because it's
Yeah,
like
de
the
Coochie.
platonic ideal thing, but you get to decide the platonic ideal. Well, a thing is bad because it doesn't match up with your estimation of what
Got
it should
rid of
be.
him. Beautiful.
But the truth is, I mean, I don't
Get him, Mersan,
care
come on.
what you think sex should be.
Your
If
dinos
it
are all
causes
yours and you're
pleasure.
fucking wasting it.
Pleasure is happiness. I mean, they don't overlap perfectly, certainly, but people do get happy when they have sex. Generally speaking. If we're
I
talking
didn't see
about
a single
stuff that
counter
makes
go
people
off.
happier, maximizes, or at least improves human happiness, but it shouldn't be done because there's some abstract concept of what it should be and it doesn't match up with that. I mean, how does that fit? We could do that with anything.
Yeah, so I would push back on you saying that people just arbitrarily decide. Again, which sort of I maintained, is the idea that when we're out living life, we observe things, and we come to just understand what they are at least are generally for. For the example of the hairbrush or the water bottle that you mentioned, yes, it can be used for other sorts
More
of
dinos,
things,
let's
but
go.
what its sort of primary function or the reason it was created and designed
Oh,
was for
so good.
holding, in the case of the water bottle, was holding liquid generally, is what you could say. And to say that it has
Krieger,
to be
you
water,
dumb
opposed to
fuck.
juice
What
or
were you
something
doing all the
like
way over
that,
there?
it's just sort of semantics to a certain extent. It's trivial.
Enemy team has
But
activated a Dominator. Shit.
that's how you determine what a thing is. So like when you're just sort of observing
Shit.
it. So basically all forms of sort of rational thought process, whether it's science to philosophy to literature, literally anything. Whenever you're exercising your rational faculty, which everybody has, you're doing this. You're identifying things and establishing, at the very least. I mean, you're doing a whole lot of things, but at the very least, what you are doing is identifying what a thing is, and then the question that is begged is what is it for?
But the
Couldn't
uses
get it
of
off.
things change. In language, that's a terrible example. Language changes all the time. The words, the prepositions, the structure, the syntax we use today would have been unidentifiable 500 years ago. But there's nothing fundamentally
Forgot about the
wrong with those
Dominator. I
today.
used my
In fact, our
fucking
language
special.
has only gotten more complicated, more intricate with time. But it's changed. If again,
I'm
like,
coming,
the
my bad,
moral good of
guys.
something
I'm a
pertains
terrible
to its,
Nimbus.
like original use. If there was a tool that was built for a specific purpose, but then it gave people pleasure looking pretty on a mantle, would that be a moral wrong to derive pleasure from something which you believe is outside of the original purpose of an item?
Yeah, so I mean, again, it would depend on what it is. So the only reason that I'm bringing up sexuality is because I don't think that you can talk about contraceptives as a technology apart from the broader context of sexuality in which it's couched. And so, insofar as we can identify things and their usages, that's how we then go about making moral judgments about them. Now, this isn't to say that usages can't develop or they can't change over time, that sort of thing. And it's not really an argument against anything that I've said to say otherwise.
Well, the purpose of sex has changed.
Yes, and then you would change your evaluation based on that change in usage.
Oh,
right?
yeah,
So,
sure.
So, at the very least, we can then say, has sex fundamentally changed to such an extent that we need to redo our moral analysis? And I think the answer is pretty obviously, in terms of sexuality, no, it hasn't changed.
If I may interject.
Yeah.
Because I'm trying to follow along. I'm enjoying.
Let's see how high my score was.
But a question for you, Bagels, and then a question for Bosch after. So
It's a pretty big level.
You mentioned that you do not think that sex and the purpose of sex is fundamentally changed in so much that you still
I got the
think that
highest score, but
contraception
Mersam
is,
got the MVP.
Antithetical to the purpose, or what you view the purpose of
Enemy
sex
team
is.
got the MVP.
So,
yeah, they were ahead the whole
right,
time.
and I want to drill down on this because I want
Look at that
to get
score,
from the
though,
conceptual
Nimbus.
to where the rubber meets the road.
Yeah.
Given that this is your
Damn.
belief and this is what you think, what laws would you support specifically? Do you have any kind? I know it doesn't have to be a bill that's currently going through, but
Sure,
if you
yeah.
were to design a bill that would limit contraceptions, what would it look like?
Sure, yeah. So I will admit that this is outside of my area of expertise in terms of talking about specific policy. That's just not what I do. But as far as sort of broad strokes, I can give you that. The sort of law that I would look, as I mentioned before, would be just a limiting of usage, and then hopefully a cultural shift in how we think about sex and sexuality.
Can you elaborate? And I'm sorry for trying to pin you on. I
Yeah.
know you're not an expert, and please
Sure,
don't
yeah.
feel like none of us are legislators here, right?
Yeah.
But what kind of limitations would you like to see?
Yeah, so having access, just essentially unlimited access to birth control would be significantly limited to some sort of expressed medical condition that without birth control you would not be able to deal with, or
So you would need like a
overcome,
doctor's
that sort of
note, right?
That's right. Yeah, yeah. Basically, some sort of medical certification as to why you would need a contraceptive.
To Vosh. So, even if sex or other things change over time, change is not always a good thing. Sometimes things can change for the worse. Is there any validity
He's
to
just sucking
someone
on his
who
mic.
wants to fight against the changes that are happening when it comes to people engaging in certain activities in certain ways because they feel that it is doing harm? In other words, right, maybe I can be more clear. Is there any change in how we view or act on sex that could happen that would cause you to want to limit that change or fight against that change with legislative?
If people don't like changing social standards when it comes to fundamental elements of human behavior, they have to make an argument about harm. The problem that I have here is the argument being made is, well, I have an
They already
arbitrary
dropped
and
out.
impossible to define standard of what this biological function that was not
It's
created
fucking
is
war game
supposed to
shit.
be, and therefore any deviation from it is like bad. Except, of course, deviations from everything that we've ever created on a social level or biological level happen all the time because things have never been that clean. Humans traditionally squat to shit. That's what we used to do. Now we have toilets. A perversion of our initial design, our biological function left unfulfilled thanks to this technological innovation. Now we pee in showers. Now we have glasses, pacemakers. Nothing in the world makes sense if you apply it to it within this standard. So would there be changes potentially that would cause, I don't know, concerns for me? Certainly. Here's a big one when it comes to the perversion of what I'd consider good behavior in sex. Rape. Rape culture, or a tendency to ignore the consent of others, been around for a long time, mind you, doesn't mean we shouldn't get rid of it. If there are changes in how people approach or perceive sex that makes them more likely to ignore the consent of others, I think you can make a harm argument. But I wouldn't try to make some, like, platonic ideal argument, partially because people have been raping one another for a long time, and partially because I just don't think that's a good argument. That's not what's wrong with... The problem with rape wouldn't be that it's new, the problem would be that it's bad.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Do you mind if I...
No, please.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that I'm making any sort of platonic ideal argument. Mostly, actually, who I'm drawing from would be Aristotle. But in any case, even there, it's not necessarily strictly Aristotelian rationality that I'm talking about. It's not like there's some idea of each thing sort of out there or wherever, in the ether, just subsisting, and we sort of interact with them and all that sort of stuff. That would be Platonism, and I do have strong sympathies for it, but that's not at all what I'm saying. I'm saying on a much more fundamental, basic level, when we just go out into the world and observe things at a sort of very basic level, when we are making sort of rational judgments about them, we have to first understand what they are, and then that leads to questions. Okay, so we know what a thing is, what is it for? And that leads us to imagine what it sort of ideally could be.
But
and so
what something is for implies that there is a for to begin with. I don't believe that sex was made for anything. There are plenty of vestigial elements of evolutionary reproductive processes that don't really have that much to do. For instance, kissing. Kissing doesn't have anything to do with making babies, but it's been an integrated part of human sexual and romantic behavior from all the history we're aware of. We just like doing it, What about oral or anal sex? Those go back for as long as we have any writings on the subject. We know people have been doing that for a long time. Both are incapable of producing children. Clearly people have enjoyed sex without reproduction for as long as we are capable of tracking human history. I don't think there is some origin point that can be referred to. There were like eating meat, right? Before we discovered fire, eating meat, right? You had to eat raw meat and contend with the parasites. That was just part of it. And then we learned to cook meat. We changed the process. Has something fundamental been lost? Was the purpose of meat to be eaten with the parasites? Well, no, we just improved it. We used technology to improve the process.
Yes, yeah, no, and again, I wouldn't, again, I haven't said that development doesn't happen or can't happen, or that it can't be even good. The question is, has sexuality changed to the degree requisite that we would have to reevaluate sort of our moral judgments about it?
Has shitting changed to the degree we'd have to reevaluate the moral necessity of us having to squat rather than sit in the toilet?
That wouldn't be sort of a moral issue.
Why not?
To begin with. Because there's no sort of integral part about how you actually poop.
Well, sure there is. It has to do with the relationship to your environment. Squatting to shit out in the woods is an expression of one's relationship to the natural environment. Now we do so in porcelain seats, you know, like little tin gods. Is this not a corruption of like a God-given practice that we were expected to follow through on? I mean, toilets are a pretty new thing, especially flush toilets, right? How is this not like the original purpose of shitting was clearly to get up and close with nature?
So no, I don't think that any sort of reasonable person would say that that was the original purpose of taking a dump. I think it's because you have the natural need to excrete waste from your body, and so it happens. Now, in terms of, you know, figuring out where you shit and, you know, the sort of logistical details of that, yes, you could ostensibly create some sort of moral quandary about that, but it's something that is sort of ridiculous on its face and not at all sort of analogous to
well,
what
I think
we're
it
discussing.
sounds ridiculous to you because you have a bunch of like built-up religious preconceptions about sex that I don't have. So to me, these sound identical. Sex and shitting are both like natural human functions. Ideally, I'd like to not wipe my ass with a leaf, right? But me not impregnating a girl while raw dogging her and me not having to use a leaf to wipe my ass are the same thing. It's just technology taking a biological process and improving it. It's just good.
Sure. Yeah. So the difference with so the way that they would be drawn together would be if there was some sort of moral quandary that was invoked with respect to just the necessity of having to excrete waste from one's body. And so at the level of contraceptives and sexuality, what we're talking about is something that has a very distinctive purpose. It's also rooted in the conception of it being a significant act that people have. So without any sort of recourse to religion or God or anything, like I mentioned in my opening statement, one can make considerations about this regardless of whether or not you believe in God or, you know, the spaghetti monster or whatever, or nothing at all. There's still meaning in existence for human beings specifically.
Can I ask?
Yeah.
Please. So Bagels. You keep alluding to the meaning or a higher purpose that is separate from God, separate from religion. Is there? Can you be a little more clear for the audience on what that is?
Yes.
Brief, concise, something we can latch onto.
Yeah. Thank you. I should have been more clear about that. So I would say there's a twofold purpose to sex. One is the procreative. It's the continuation of the species. Everything does it. And then second is in some form or other. And then the second would be the specific unity and companionship that is available to human beings in a way
God
that's
damn
not
it, Zephyr.
I don't care for something's purpose. A purpose is ascribed, but a function, that's something worthwhile. You know, in terms of creating something with a purpose, you can make a little wooden doodad or a tool or this, that, the other. It can have whatever purpose you like. But if a different function is found for it and it serves well in that function, this isn't a moral problem. You can make the argument that sex, but you can make conditional arguments. You could say if there was a tool that functioned unacceptably as a screwdriver, which was intended to be, but excellently as a hammer, and you just used it as a hammer, there's nothing moral wrong in its use of as a hammer. That's the function that it's fulfilling well. Likewise, you could argue sex with contraception, terrible at making babies, as it turns out. It fails in that function. But there are other functions in which it succeeds.
Okay, so for the first thing, with respect to the screwdriver that functions better as a hammer, at that point we would then, at least practically speaking, consider it to be a hammer and judge it, that is, make moral judgments about it, or qualitative judgments about it, based on how good of a hammer it is. And so we've totally jettisoned the standards of screwdrivers.
Unless it takes
away from the instrument. That's right, and then it would change based on that. So another sort of example to bring up the one that you brought previously. So you use your hairbrush to comb your beard earlier, but let's say people started using hairbrushes as like knives to kill people, and that became just a widespread thing, and everybody was doing it, and it just became ingrained in what we sort of understood what a hairbrush is, in the same way that we're talking about for all these different things. Then at that point the standards of judgment regarding hairbrush would fundamentally change to accommodate the new function that it ostensibly took on. And my argument is that sex has not changed in such a way, to that degree, where that we need to create new moral categories. In response to the second half of what you just said, yes, contraceptives make it, hopefully, the intent is to make it impossible to reproduce,
this ship is gonna...
to conceive a child. But then you concluded by saying that, but it does a lot of other things really, really well. And so the first thing that I would say is, what does it do really, really well? And so
what's up?
With respect to certain medical conditions that women face, that we only have contraceptives to sort of combat and heal at this point, then that usage would be good. And as I said before, I'm totally for having those sort of limited usages. However, we then say, okay, what else does it do that's good, that I would find objectionable? And I sort of assume that you would say, well, it makes sex really, really good, right? Because you can have just casual sex any sort of time without any sort of thing. And this would be analogous to my second purpose of what I understand sex and sexuality to be, which is that unitive purpose, and like companionship between spouses. The way then the question becomes, well, is that benefit unique to contraceptives? And the answer is no.
Well, hold on.
Without contraceptives, you can have just as good sex as with contraceptives, and you can experience sexuality to its fullness.
This is
just as without contraceptives.
It's like a fish that doesn't know what water is, right? You're so caught up in your biases, you've already conceded the point. If a tool can be considered to have a different purpose once its utility in a different regard is found, you must acknowledge that for the vast majority of people, most of the times they have sex, the purpose of that sex is for mutual pleasure, not to produce a child. If you make the argument that a screwdriver which functions better as a hammer has its purpose reassessed to that function and is judged by that function, then listen, there are lots of people for whom sex is a pleasure game.
Hold on.
Analogous to my second purpose of what I understand sex and sexuality to be, which is that unitive purpose, and like companionship between spouses. The way then the question becomes, well, is that benefit unique to contraceptives? And the answer is no.
Well, hold on.
Without contraceptives, you can have just as good sex as with contraceptives, and you can experience sexuality to its fullness,
This is
just as without contraceptives.
It's like a fish that doesn't know what water is. Right? You're so caught up in your biases, you've already conceded the point. If a tool can be considered to have a different purpose once its utility in a different regard is found, you must acknowledge that for the vast majority of people, most of the times they have sex, the purpose of that sex is for mutual pleasure, not to produce a child. If you make the argument that a screwdriver which functions better as a hammer has its purpose reassessed to that function and is judged by that function, then listen, there are lots of people for whom sex is a pleasure game. That's why contraceptions exist, right? Or contraceptives exist. That's why it matters so much to people that they can do this. And it has to be judged by a different purpose. Nobody judges casual sex by the fertility of the participants. That's
Wait.
Okay.
Casual sex.
This
by
whole
the
section is
fertility
hammer a
of the
screwdriver?
participants.
Unity and companionship that is available to human beings in a way that's not to any other species.
I don't care for something's purpose. A purpose is ascribed, but a function, that's something worthwhile. You know, in terms of creating something with a purpose, you can make a little wooden doodad or a tool or this, that, the other. It can have whatever purpose you like. But if a different function is found for it and it serves well in that function, this isn't a moral problem. You can make the argument that sex, but you can make conditional arguments. You could, well,
so
I just want
let's,
to say,
let's take.
you could say if there was a tool that functioned unacceptably as a screwdriver, which was intended to be, but excellently as a hammer, and you just used it as a hammer, there's nothing moral wrong in its use of as a hammer. That's the function that it's fulfilling well. Likewise, you could argue sex with contraception, terrible at making babies, as it turns out. It fails in that function. But there are other functions in which it succeeds.
Okay, so for the first thing, with respect to the screwdriver that functions better as a hammer, at that point we would then, at least practically speaking, consider it to be a hammer and judge it, that is, make moral judgments about it, or qualitative judgments about it, based on how good of a hammer it is. And so we've totally jettisoned the standards of screwdrivers,
unless it takes
away from the instrument. That's right, and then it would change based on that. So another sort of example to bring up the one that you brought previously. So you use your hairbrush to comb your beard earlier, but let's say people started using hairbrushes as like knives to kill people. And that became just a widespread thing, and everybody was doing it, and it just became ingrained in what we sort of understood what a hairbrush is. In the same way that, we're talking about for all these different things. Then, at that point, the standards of judgment regarding hairbrush would fundamentally change to accommodate the new function that it ostensibly took on. And my argument is that sex has not changed in such a way, to that degree, where that we need to create new moral categories. In response to the second half of what you just said, yes, contraceptives make it, hopefully, the intent is to make it impossible to reproduce, to conceive a child. But then you concluded by saying that, but it does a lot of other things really, really well. And so the first thing that I would say is, what does it do really, really well? And so, with respect to certain medical conditions that women face, that we only have contraceptives to sort of combat and heal at this point, then that usage would be good. And as I said before, I'm totally for having those sort of limited usages. However,
what the fuck?
We then say, okay, what else does it do that's good, that I would find objectionable? And I sort of assume that you would say, well, it makes sex really, really good, right? Because you can have
this one's running too. What the fuck?
Any sort of time.
Get over here, bro.
Sort of thing. And this would be analogous to my second purpose of what I understand sex and sexuality to be, which is that unitive purpose, and
another T-Rex,
and like companionship between spouses. the way, then the question becomes, well, is that benefit unique to contraceptives?
Yes,
and the
Kitty.
answer is no.
I'm calling.
Hold on.
Without contraceptives, you
it's
can
a
have
long
just
gaming
as good
day, I know.
sex as with contraceptives. And you
No.
can experience your sexuality to its fullness.
This is
just as without contraceptives.
It's like a fish that doesn't know what water is, right? You're so caught up in your biases,
Oh, shit.
you've already conceded the point. If
Are
a
you happy,
tool can
Kitty?
be considered to have
I
a
got
different
eaten.
purpose once its
Hello?
utility in a different regard is found, you must
I'm
acknowledge
sorry.
that for the vast majority of people, most of the times they have sex, the purpose of that sex is for mutual pleasure, not to produce a child.
Thank
If
you,
you're
bro,
with
bro.
the argument that a screwdriver which functions better as a hammer has its purpose reassessed to that function and is judged by that function, then listen, there are lots of people for whom sex is a pleasure game. That's why contraceptions exist, right? Or contraceptives exist. That's why it matters so much to people that they can do this. And it has to be judged by a different purpose. Nobody judges casual sex by the fertility of the participants. That's contradictory. You don't go into casual sex, or in fact most sexual encounters thinking, I hope this produces a child. In fact, I would go so far as to argue that that's almost certainly the case for all of human history. People don't just wait to have sex to have a baby. People know that having sex produces a baby, but usually people have sex when they're horny and around someone that they're attracted to. The interest in having sex, the desire to fulfill, is our sex drive, not
Fucking
our reproductive
birds.
intent in most cases. More so today than before even. So I would argue that even by your logic, we must acknowledge that sex has multiple purposes depending on what it's good for. And if it's good for pleasure, social attainment, whatever, if that's something it's functioning well in, then that's the purpose it should be judged by, which contraceptives facilitate. Or anal or oral sex, homosexual sex in many cases. You know, there are a great many things you can do that not produce a kid. And if you're looking to have a kid, if that's the intended purpose, then yeah, stay off contraceptives, do vaginal, do cream pies. But that's clearly a different thing. That's why couples will say stuff like, we're trying for a baby. What, you mean you weren't fucking before then? You've been together 5 years and now you start? Well, no, what they mean is they're doing a different thing now. It's not just sex. They're trying for a kid.
I'm going to let you respond, Bagel, but after your response, I do have a question for Boss.
Cool.
Go ahead.
Well, okay, so I'll try to be brief then. So I would just reiterate the uniqueness point, particularly in, you know, I'm speaking specifically in terms of sex between a man and a woman. The contraceptives doesn't provide a benefit in terms of sexuality in its fullest expression and fulfillment that would not be obtainable by sex without contraceptives. It's not like a married couple who don't use contraceptives can't achieve the same sort of sexual fulfillment or whatever, pleasure, etc., as a couple who do use contraceptives.
I think not getting locked into
it's a
an 18-year
non-unique
fulfillment is probably a pretty big part of the fun.
Well, just because you have sex doesn't mean you're necessarily
Enemy dominator.
going to conceive a child. Either way, the point is that in the act itself, without necessarily considering the sort of effects of it, which would be sort of an extension of the question, it's non-unique. The second thing that I was going to say, was just there. Go ahead and ask your question, Wick.
Yeah,
Fucking
give it a minute,
birds.
and maybe I'll come back to you. So, Devash, you've mentioned many times in this debate that
No T-Rex.
many
Don't do
people
it.
simply want the act of pleasure. They use sex as a pleasure tool to get pleasure. Do you see that there are any potential downsides to this? And because contraception takes away some of the risk, it can be argued by some that this would facilitate and encourage and incentivize further promiscuity.
God damn it.
Do you see
Thought I
any
was smart.
downside at all to that? Would that be something that would cause any concern at all? Why or why not?
No, I
Good
don't have
shit.
an issue with promiscuity. The problem is these arguments have been made before to control women's autonomy or people's general social autonomy, but it's always just an imposition on their freedom to adhere to arbitrary social biases. You know, the idea that women shouldn't speak to other men besides their husband. Well, you could argue fairly that allowing women to speak to other men increases promiscuity. And you know what? It does. Yes. Allowing your wife to speak to other men does, in fact, increase the
Oh, they
likelihood
got
of,
it.
or like speak to other men when they're like not even married yet. Or yes, that does. It does correspond to that. So what? That's freedom. And this is a freedom that men have.
Some men decreases. I mean, talking to some men is like, okay, fun.
But it's like these standards are so arbitrary, okay? Now, I'm not advocating for stuff like dishonesty, like cheating, for example. I don't think people should be unfaithful in committed relationships. I think that's horrible. I'm not advocating for, say,
Piece of shit,
people
fuck
to
you.
engage in social relations that don't benefit them. Here's an example of a social relation that is not on the ground for attack on this contraceptive line, but is still potentially damaging, okay? What about going out and like partying too much? That's the thing that a lot of people do, and it ends up getting them in bad situations. But we're not making the argument then that like, oh, okay, well, much in the same way that contraception allows for irresponsible reproductive choices, now going out and like socializing too much, that's also something we have to crack down on. We could strip away right after right after right in the effort to get people to behave ideally, but that's just not what America, what human life broadly is about. We have to give people the freedom to make their own choices and construct good social incentives to help them make the right ones.
Any response to that?
Yeah, sure. I think it's great that Vosh brought up autonomy because it's an important topic, especially today.
Fuck 'em up, boys.
Lots of people are interested in it. I would say first of all that where that comes from is Immanuel Kant. He's the sort of first guy who really develops a robust account of human autonomy on a sort of philosophical level. And it has certainly dictated the way that we talk about autonomy today, particularly in Western countries. But even for him, one's autonomy was limited by what he identified as the sort of the natural laws, that is, those moral judgments that one is able to sort of rationally arrive at through just simple living in the world, an observation of the phenomena and things that are in the world.
Like what?
Like what?
What freedom should be curtailed? An account for these natural laws.
Yes. So freedoms where it hurts other individuals, for instance. That was a huge deal for Kant. And then you have J.S. Mill, who's talking about the no harm principle, and he develops that as well. And so there's certainly limitations.
Can you give us an example?
autonomy.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but
Yeah.
Give us can you give us, because it's easier to grasp and to crunch, an example where you say, because you mentioned a freedom that harms other individuals. What is a freedom in your mind that has a potential or does harm other individuals? And we can talk about that.
Yeah, so for instance, you don't have absolute autonomy in the sense that you can't just do whatever you want. Is basically
temporarily increases defense
what I mean.
when
You don't have
used.
absolute sort of
That could be really
independence
useful.
from everybody else. You're reliant, at least in some small part, on
Let's
other
try
people.
that.
Harm is
So
my
the first
standard, ain't it? As I was the one who said, if you're going to make these judgments to restrict freedoms, you have to do it based on a harm principle. But you said that pleasure, happiness, aren't the standards by which you judge whether or not these actions are moral. So you're the one who's looking to move away from a harm standard. But I'm okay with that standard. I just don't think anyone's harmed by having casual sex.
Yeah, so I'm happy to get to that. That's a little bit different from the question that Wick asked me. So let me just give a quick example.
You know what? All right.
So
All
like,
right, Kitty.
for instance,
Hold on. I'm gonna come hang out for a little bit. I'm gonna roll a blunt. Come on. No, B.
instance, if you somebody, for instance, if you somebody owns. So first of all, I would say in the case of children, we see the limitation of personal autonomy most clearly. Children are unable to exist in the world apart from a caretaker of some sort or another. Usually it's a parent, but it doesn't always have to be, but they're dependent. That is to say, their autonomy is substantially limited. Even as adults, we still have sort of intense limitations in terms of our autonomy. We need other people in order to do the things that we do. Specifically, though, in terms of violating somebody's autonomy, would be if you were to just somebody had a piece of property and you wanted to hold a protest or something like that, or a demonstration, or do something on their property. You don't have the autonomy to just go ahead and do whatever you want on their property. You have to first seek permission and all this other stuff. And so this is the basis of the, or this is the sort of rooted in this idea of J.S. Mill's do no harm, but it's also rooted in Kant's sort of categorical imperative.
I guess I'll ask directly,
Yeah.
right? Do you think that casual sex causes harm? And in what ways?
Oh, okay, yeah, I see. Yes, so casual sex causes harm insofar as it. So, again, when we can identify a thing as what it is, and then sort of secondarily as what it's for, we can then determine what is good or bad about it, sort of abstractly, but then also in particular. And so the idea that you can have casual sex, that is sex without any sort of connection to its fundamental purpose of procreation and sort of a union between two people, means then, and a significant union, not just something that's sort of trivial, but something that's significant, that is an expression of love or, commitment or whatever else. All the things that we have historically and still to this day take sex to mean. Whenever those things are lost, that contributes to getting away from the purpose of sex, which inevitably
you're
does.
Missing the harm standard.
It's trivial, but something that's significant. That is an expression of love or, commitment or whatever else. All the things that we have historically and still to this day take sex to mean. Whenever those things are lost, that contributes to getting away from the purpose.
Welcome to the board game. Every month is T-Rex Awareness Month. Many entities reward go-getter attitude. A T-Rex plus mentor. Collaborate with teammates and concentrate damage on the head. Remember, a team lift makes the trip.
Purpose of sex, which inevitably
you're
does.
missing the harm standard. You're doing the purpose thing again.
No, because and so this is where there's a connection, right? So when we identify what a thing is for, the virtues tell us how good or bad they are at attaining to that perfection.
I don't respect your
And
definition of what sex is for. I think that your definition of what sex is for is highly emotionally charged. It might as well come right out of scripture. If you're having casual sex, the purpose of that sex might just be to get your nut off. That's the purpose. That's the purpose that I imbue into the action. Much in the same way that a walk can have the purpose of a brief jaunt about town or a long hike. It's my decision.
I mean, that's certainly trivial and shallow though, right? Because it's plainly not the case that you determine.
Plainly not. See, you're doing it again. You keep referring to matters of intuition. No, it's not plainly not. Any action.
It's not a matter of intuition.
Any
it's a matter
social
of rational
bond,
observation.
like a hug with somebody, have
Yeah.
many meanings and purposes depending on what you're trying to do. We were talking about a harm standard, but we've gone back now to this. Well, I think that sex is supposed to be about. Well, I don't think that at all.
Right.
In fact, and you didn't really have a response for the fact that I think by a fair estimation, the majority of sexual acts committed between humans, not just a majority, I mean the vast majority, were not purposefully to bring about children.
So I would push back on that, but to get to the first thing about the harm. So what I'm trying to say is that the virtues and the perfection are what define what is harmful or beneficial, right? So the whole point is that by being virtuous, by attaining to a perfection as it's been identified, not through the expression of will, but through the observation of the thing and the and sort of rational analysis of what that thing is, one is able. There's happiness or goodness.
Good shit.
Is achieved.
But
for human beings, it's happiness. For the thing itself, it's goodness.
People enjoy. People enjoy casual sex. It's the purpose that they imbue into the sex they're having. If a person wants to spend time with somebody with the intent of making it a friendship or a romantic partnership, sex to make it simply pleasurable or to bring about children, you don't have the authority to decide for them what the purpose of their actions are. You can talk about, biologically, the purpose of our sexual organs is to reproduce, and that's true, I agree with that. But there are plenty of things about our bodies that are supposed to this and that we don't respect at all. I'm wearing glasses. You're hearing things through an ear set. Like, you could run that back infinitely. We're not anarcho-primitivists here. If you want to make a moral argument for what we're supposed to do, we're supposed to be, well, you're going to have 1,000 people in the room and 2,000 different interpretations of any given event. It's not even consistent within Catholic scripture, right? There are plenty of arguments, even within religious groups, as to the acceptable, tolerant bounds of what should or should not be a relationship. This is why there are so many ideological gulfs between Western religious people and Islam, because many Islamic countries think what you're saying, except about all male-female interactions. That's why they have their women wear burqas in Saudi Arabia, because they think the purpose of eye contact between a man and a woman is to instill that bond, that love, that shouldn't be tainted or made frivolous by allowing women to look openly at men. And that's the same logic you're using. I think your argument that sex is purposefully X is the same as their argument that eye contact between a man and a woman is purposefully Y. And I reject both, of course. I just want to see people be happy. I respect the harm standard, but apart from that, I just don't care for the purpose.
Okay, I want to get us back kind of, again, we keep going into this heady space, right? I want to try to bring, fair enough, try to bring us back to kind of like the grounded, what this means for people if these standards either get applied or do not get applied. And a question for you, Vosh, if I may, right? Do you think that this push legislatively that some have been supporting on the right of us, do you think that this is perhaps a proxy battle or something else, that they are using this as kind of like a thin end of the wedge, or do you think that this is their
Krieger was Krieger at? There you are, big boy.
I
Boosting
don't
right
actually
up ahead
don't
of the
think it's
action.
wedged, because contraception is so popular that
which
there's
doctor?
no
I got you.
adjacent goal that you could be working towards through that. It's like the path of most resistance. Like, it's something like 90% of Americans or more support contraception. So there's no other position you could arrive at. They would get more voters like arguing a flat Earth theory than they would arguing to completely revoke contraception. I think it's an end goal for them. I just think that the whole like females barefoot and pregnant thing is kind of the end state of social conservatism, because it's so heavily rooted in male sexual insecurity.
Oh shit!
I think
he's
a
still
lot of people
popping off over there.
Respectfully to Bagel, who I genuinely think is a really smart guy, by the way. I appreciate talking with you. But in my experience talking with a lot of conservatives online, like, the impression that I get is that, especially with the anti-contraception stuff, a lot of them are just like kind of
Jesus, I'm
terrified
getting
of black
fucking
community.
pounded with sniper bullets.
There's a lot of immigration fear, a lot of race mixing fear, and then there's this like, okay, well, the real
Beautiful.
problem is women's lib, because women's liberation allowed them to do the hypergamy thing, right? It's the red pill ideology. Like, well, now they can sleep around and find the high T alpha.
See you, boys.
So the only way to keep them from doing that is to reel it all in by
It's like a
denying
dance
them the
midair.
ability to even engage in
Drop
sexual
dancing.
sex. So I think like it is a goal, like it's an end state, but like, man, it's like a rocky road to get there for a lot of them, you know?
In that case, a follow-up question: does it concern you at all that many Republicans feel confident enough about bringing this up that you think that does it concern you that they think they have any chance of winning, or do you think that this is just a Hail Mary kind of play, that this is just a virtue signal to their base, they're not serious about it, etc.?
It concerns me, but I don't think they can win on this issue. I think they can win on other adjacent issues.
How was I
especially
not
considering
reloaded?
Women's liberation. I think they might be able to get like the right to contraception overturned, but like broadly, that's a really tough nut to crack.
Yeah. So I also have some thoughts about this. Like I largely agree with Watch's analysis that there's a particularly from sort of these sort of Republican, very sort of in the public sphere political types. There are a lot of these sort of insecurities. I do think though that there are from the right people who genuinely believe it, and I would also say that I would find myself as one of them, and I think most good Catholics would as well, where it's not some sort of virtue signaling, it's not some sort of political thing where they're just trying to get power over people and tell people what to do, but it's because they genuinely believe that there's right and wrong standards, sort of how I've been attempting to outline, and that this falls in contradiction with sort of the telos of what sexuality is.
On that note, Bagel, if I may ask you, right? So when we look at contraception and what it has done for women's liberation, as Rocky mentioned, right? Does it concern you, or does it worry you at all that if your goals got accomplished, that this might have the unintended, perhaps, side effect of setting back women's liberation? Does that concern you, and what kind of guardrails in any policy you would put would try to curtail that from happening?
No, this is a great question. This is where sort of I was trying to head, and then you asked me this. But so ultimately, my goal is a sort of reevaluation of human sexuality itself. It's not, and I think this is what sort of Catholic teaching in general is about at the best of times. It can get perverted or twisted in sort of popular American political discussion.
Jesus Christ.
Which is very sort of dogmatic and ideological and so on and so forth. But ultimately, it's absolutely a concern that, and it is a good concern that women should not be sort of discriminated against in the way that sort of they traditionally have throughout history, and it's a bad thing that they have done so. So the
I'm sorry, guys. Fuck.
Argument against contraception, I don't think, at least in spirit, is intended to be some sort of means by which we can.
I understand it's not intended, but you understand how, intentional or not, it may likely have these consequences. Again.
Right.
Why is the
this is why I wouldn't advocate contraceptive legislation in a vacuum, right? So the way in which you go
Dinosaurs
about
deflected.
accomplishing the goals that I actually want to achieve would not be
we are not
simply
doing good
telling
against
women
these guys.
that they no longer have access to contraceptives unless they can get a doctor's note for some sort of medical condition that they need it for. But is instead to have both men and implement laws for both and legislation and sort of cultural norms, not even necessarily laws, right? Because I agree with Vosh as well when he said in his opening statement that we shouldn't be just going to the government for needless reasons and just asking for regulation. We should have a criterion of freedom. But the point is, we should implement sort of social standards, moral or mores, as well as legislative goals of recapturing what sex is and what it's for, so that casual sex is not something that either men or women are just having, freely.
It's good. It feels good. I feel like I want to know the root of like the purposeful harm here. Okay. So I go out to a bar and I meet a cute girl and we get flirty, we go to her place. Okay. So, abortion's illegal, contraception's not available. All right? I'm a fertile young man. I gotta be careful. So, do you think it would be morally superior for me to just
Enemy
like
dominator?
doing?
Fuck.
Would that like as opposed to contraceptive vaginal sex? So anal's not superior. Why not? Because there's no purpose to reproduction for anal.
Fuck.
Yeah. So ultimately, and on a technical level, both. So contraceptives is so.
At least
Historically,
we got 'em.
contraception and the arguments against it have been conflated with arguments against eugenics and abortion and stuff like that. And technically speaking, that's not right. So the arguments against contraception is not that it prevents the life of someone or kills someone or anything else like that, unless it's abortive fashion. And in that case, then yes, it would be part of the sort of
Finish.
abortion debate. But like contraceptives, like the pill
Oh,
or
fuck.
an IUD or things like that, the reason why these are problematic is because they're what is called natural vices. And in the same way, contraceptive is a natural vice.
That was a really good game
Is
too.
anal sex a natural
chastity.
vice?
Yes,
Up until
and
the
so that's
end.
where I'm
Anal
going.
sex is a natural vice.
So anal sex, but then also oral sex, masturbation, all these sorts of
Natural vice
things.
from where?
So the virtue would be, or the virtue in question is chastity, but then overall it's human sexuality per se.
How is chastity a virtue?
Because it according to chastity, one is best able to attain to the perfection that is sex, according to the two ends of procreation
I
and
don't
sort of
believe
unity.
it. Where is that from? Where like what study could I refer to determine that?
I mean, there are certainly papers,
Well,
like
I know
academic papers, but
religious papers, I imagine, on the virtues of chastity.
No. Philosophical papers that, and sometimes there's Christians who are talking about it, sometimes it's not Christians. Like, for instance, Aristotle believed in the virtue of chastity.
I don't care what he believed.
And he wasn't a Christian. Okay, but the point is, you're asking for studies from somebody else.
But this is
And
the, this
I'm
is
just
the thing.
giving
Like,
a
philosophy.
very easy example.
So philosophy, as I understand it, guides
Yeah.
my interpretation of the facts of the world. Like the facts of the world are as they are. But I'm not being given a fact of the world here. You're asking Aristotle to supply it, that it's a virtue.
No.
Well, in
No.
what way?
Right. So
Wait, what?
Study
creation.
It's good.
Anal sex and chastity?
Purposeful harm here. Okay. So I go out to a bar and I meet a cute girl and we get flirty, we go to her place. Okay. So abortion's illegal, contraception's not available. All right? I'm a fertile young man. I got to be careful. So do you think it would be morally superior for me to just like do anal with her? Would that like as opposed to contraceptive vaginal sex? So anal's not superior. Why not? Because there's no purpose to reproduction for anal sex.
Yeah. So ultimately, and on a technical level, both. So contraceptives is so historically contraception and the arguments against it have been conflated with arguments against eugenics and abortion and stuff like that. And technically speaking, that's not right. So the arguments against contraception is not that it prevents the life of someone or
let the
kills
bot
someone
be
or anything
support.
else like that, unless
We'll
it's
get all the
abortive
points.
fashion. In that case, then yes, it would be part of the sort of abortion debate. But like contraceptives, like the pill or an IUD or things like that, the
Playing
the
with all
reason
the
why
level guys.
these are problematic is because they're what is called natural vices. And in the same way, contraceptive is a natural vice with respect to
Is anal
especially
sex a natural
chastity.
vice?
Yes, and so that's where I'm
Anal
going.
sex is a natural vice.
So anal sex, but then also oral sex, masturbation, all these sorts of
Natural vice
things.
from where?
So the virtue would be, or the virtue in question is chastity, but then overall it's human sexuality per se.
How is chastity a virtue?
Because it according to chastity, one is best able to attain to the perfection that is sex, according to the two ends of procreation
I
and sort
don't
of
believe
unity.
it. Where is that from? What study could I refer to determine that?
Good shit, Marsami got his shit
I
off.
mean,
got his nut off.
there are certainly papers,
Well,
like
I know-
academic papers, but
religious papers, I imagine, on the virtues of chastity.
No. Philosophical papers that, and sometimes there's
Yeah, I don't
Christians
think
who
these
talk
guys
about it,
bite you
sometimes
enough,
it's not,
Marsan.
not Christians. Like
They were
for instance,
ignoring him.
Aristotle believed in the virtue of chastity.
I don't care.
And he wasn't a Christian. Okay, but the point is, you're asking for studies from somebody else.
But this is
And
the
I'm
thing.
just giving a
philosophy,
very easy example.
So philosophy, as I understand it, guides
Yeah.
my interpretation of the facts of the world. Like the facts of the world are as they are. But I'm not being given a fact of the world here. You're asking Aristotle to supply it, that it's a virtue.
No.
Well, in what way?
Right. So
Good shit.
Just to refer back to sort of my opening comments, there I was basically very briefly describing virtue ethics and teleological ontology.
Yeah, I don't believe in those.
Yeah, okay. It's right. So you'd have to provide me with reasons why you don't believe in those. Like just saying it is
I'm a
okay. Who
utilitarian.
cares? Like how are we supposed to have a discussion?
Well, no, but
okay.
again, the problem is here. Like, notice how my utilitarianism hasn't really been relevant to the discussion. Because the harm standard for assessing whether something is good or bad is like a broadly accepted, observationally valid way of determining whether or not we should invest energy in preventing something. But you have to keep referring back to like abstract, unfalsifiable concepts of virtue or what is intended or what is purposeful to make statements about the world. Whereas my philosophy, my framework guides my understanding of the world. Yours tells you what the world is. You're seeing harm where, as I understand it, it doesn't exist because you're told, well, that's harmful. I don't know how you could look at casual sex and see harm. I don't think chastity is a virtue. I think moderation is a virtue. But I think that life is complicated enough that
strategic
people have
pivot.
To be
Let's go,
expected to
baby.
make their own choices. So is gluttony bad? Well, in the biblical sense, like overeating at every meal, sure.
Time to
you
get
can
some
stick that,
points.
Fine. But is eating heavily on Thanksgiving morally wrong? Is it
Whew.
gluttonous to enjoy a single great meal? Well, no to you, because in your head you're thinking, Thanksgiving fine. But in my head, I think that casual sex is fine. So we don't have a shared ground to make any assessment here. If we're talking about like harm, do you feel a bit like, do you have a tummy ache after Thanksgiving? Sure, maybe. And maybe do people feel a little bit sad after casual sex sometimes? Sure. Okay. And then should we never have a big meal for our tummies might ache? No, we have to be personally responsible.
Yeah. No, I get you, and I hear you. So the thing that I would say to that is that up to this point we had sort of been, there had not been any sort of direct challenge to sort of my sort of virtue ethicist orientation. But insofar as you are a utilitarian, my position is that there are specific instances, and I think sex is one of those, where we need some sort of evaluative standard that is supra-utilitarian. That is to say, utility cannot tell us everything that we actually need to know in order to make a moral judgment about sex and sexuality, and therefore can't tell us whether or not contraception and contraceptive technologies are
let's go.
good or bad.
Why?
Because
Why
it's
is that so
super utilitarian. Right. So there's draw a contrast between two different types of virtue. So you have virtue like honesty without property or sobriety. Those are all sort of fundamentally utilitarian in character. The whole point of them is just the obvious material well-ordering of human life that you have if people have those virtues.
I don't believe in virtues. I believe in axioms, to be clear. I think it's
Well,
okay to lie to the Nazis about having Jews in the basement. You know, I don't arrange my thoughts.
So just humor me for a second. So the general respect, for example, the general respect for prohibition or murder
can't get his
makes
counter
life
off.
more commodious. It makes it better. But if people really respect the prohibition against murder, life is more pleasant for everyone. But this argument is comic, because utility presupposes the life of those who are to be foremost to the victim, whose life is not inconvenienced. It just isn't there anymore. He isn't there to complain. So the utilitarian argument has to be on behalf of everyone else.
Let's go.
Though true, it is highly comic and is not the foundation. The objection to murder, specifically, is super utilitarian. And so in this way, it's different from something like honesty about property or sobriety.
I don't agree at all. I think you can factor that into your calculations.
Right. So the reason why, but okay. Do you understand the logic of what I just said?
Well,
so
I do understand it, but I disagree. I don't think there's an objective ordering of moral priorities. I'm a meta-ethical nihilist.
So I don't think you do understand it because that's not what I said. So
You're
so
arguing
I didn't.
that the instance of murder would require supra-utilitarian consideration because it's not possible to factor in the moral weight of a death because they no longer can consider their own position.
Good shit.
That's right.
Which I understand. I disagree with it because I don't think
you
there's an
objective so you do understand it because you just restated it. So why do you disagree with that? Because just saying you disagree with it is not a disagreement. That's just you saying you disagree with it.
Well, I have to disagree with supra-utilitarian consideration because I don't believe in anything outside of it.
Good shit. Thank you.
I don't think there's an objective
But
moral
what about
standard.
that?
Yeah, just real quick.
That's
Stop.
not
One
what
at
I'm
a
saying.
time. One at a time.
Okay.
Go,
But
yeah.
I'm also not saying.
No, it's fine. You can go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay, sorry. Don't mean to be too combative, but I will say I do want to press you on this because it's not that I'm saying there's an objective moral standard or anything else like that. I'm saying according to the logic of the argument I just outlined, that the reason why murder is wrong is not because it's something that the person who is murdered can consider and perceive to be unuseful, but it's because it's incumbent upon the rest of us to analyze and make a evaluative judgment
But
about.
I do think the murdered person's perspective factors in.
How? You just agreed that the person is not there to have a perspective.
Because you've stolen it. You've taken it from them. You took something that was theirs. It's a bodily autonomy argument.
Right, and is that their evaluation, or is it yours? Is it everybody else's who's not murdered?
It's always my evaluation. I don't really care for theirs. When I make ethical considerations, you can't
I'm
really
dead.
factor in the individual weighted preference of everyone who you're adding to your consideration, right? You have to make a general statement. I don't think there's a way to objectively assess well, this is 1 point of harm and this is 3, a murder is 5. I don't think there's a way to objectively arrive at those standards. But I think you can make fair and reasonable considerations about the way in which somebody's life being taken away might weigh against other things. For the most part, these considerations don't come up that much, except for trolley problem examples, I guess, which, are a fun philosophical problem to banty about, but they're unsolvable for a reason, right? Philosophy doesn't solve all of these problems. They give us the tools to understand the problems.
Yeah, so, I mean...
Ooh,
And after you respond, I have a question for you.
Next round. Let's go.
Sure,
I'm ready.
Yeah. So, I mean, I don't really have much of a response other than to say that
Final
what was
phase.
just said doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me because
Let's go!
Yeah, I have no idea why you invoked the trial column. And ironically enough, it was developed
Nah,
by
let me go down there.
ethicists to demonstrate the point that utilitarian and consequentialist methods of moral reasoning are sort of inadequate to actually fully assess a moral situation.
I disagree. I think you hit the one person instead of the 5. I think it's a pretty solvable problem, actually, in the case of...
Damn, he's fucking blasting
but
me.
that's you Kantians, huh? That's you guys. But you're still killing someone. Yeah, you caused less people to be killed. Again, the complexities are in the edge cases. For the most part, what is right, what is good, I think it's an easy answer. The question, the hard stuff is, how do you get there? And I think that casual sex is a good, it makes people feel good, it makes people happy, no harm is done. I mean, harm could be done, but harm could be done in any social interaction. Fundamentally, casual sex doesn't cause harm. And given that, I think it's a fine thing to promote. I don't think it promotes broad social harm. I think the opposite.
That's not the direction I was pointing it.
I'm making the point that we have to we do have to consider the consequences of casual sex.
Coming.
We also have to consider the utility of casual sex. But there's also more to be considered.
Want to pick up more guns?
That is the sort of standards of what sex actually is.
But what? No. It is what it is. It is a thing that feels good. Sometimes it leads to kids, sometimes it doesn't. The fact that you are arguing that it's a moral wrong to do anal sex is indicative of the fact that this is, respectfully, this is all religious gobbledygook. This isn't about perceived worth or use or whatever of an act. All human behaviors are multifaceted and have the ability to mean different things with different intentions in any case. This is society and social interactions are too complicated to factor in this way. And this standard you have oh, it's morally wrong because it doesn't fit in with my arbitrarily determined preconception of what it should be, would not hold to any other standard that we engage in. Not to shitting, not to hugs, not to kissing, not to eye contact with the Saudis, which you didn't respond to, by the way. This arbitrary standard is always invoked as a metric of control. So, and all I hear here is control. But you offer control, but in a conciliatory way. You know, oh, I feel bad for the loss of women's rights, but
hey, Dinos,
still,
don't mind
I
me
think that
taking your
women
buff run?
should just risk pregnancy in all acts of sex and not be able to meaningfully develop careers because they get pregnant and married at 19, the way it was for thousands of years, if people weren't having oral and anal sex, which of course they have been. And it's. I don't think you're lying to me at all. But
That's it.
Why?
Come on.
Why this
Let's get some more. We got a whole 7 minutes left.
I mean, I wouldn't say it's arbitrary. I also have
kidding me?
repeatedly said that without reverting to any sort of theological claim, that we, human beings, in the process of just observing and living in the world,
Kitty's right.
do this when they're making moral
I observe the world. I think
whether or not they believe in the existence of God, whether they believe in the existence of the spaghetti monster, whether they believe in the existence of Zeus, whether they believe in or they say that God doesn't exist at all and it's just nothingness. No matter what, they all sort of observe things, and in order to determine whether or not they consider them to be good or bad, at least on a rational level, rather than just a mere willful or repetitive level, they have to first understand what that thing is that they're observing.
Okay.
And that's the basis.
One question. Do you think that, like, it should be immoral to hold hands with somebody that you're not in a romantic relationship with? Because through observation of the world, almost everyone on Earth would agree, I guess not on Earth, there are different cultures, but at least in America would agree that holding hands with somebody walking down the street is like a pretty strong indication of like shared intimacy or romantic affection. Do you think that like it cheapens that and it's a rejection of like intended human behavior to hold hands with a bro?
So yeah, no, I think this is where nuance. I absolutely agree with you that, you know, sort of cultural conditions certainly change the evaluation of this, right? Because in some cultures it's just totally everyday. There's no sort of romantic affiliation with holding someone's hand. But in sort of our culture, it has been established as some sort of romantic expression.
But in our culture, casual
it's
sex
totally there's a difference, but exactly, but that's the problem, right? Because I think casual sex is fundamentally antithetical.
No, you keep doing it. You keep going like, okay, so culture, a change in function can mean a change in purpose. Cultural differences can mean that a different human social behavior has a different
but you're not engaging with the point.
No.
You're not engaging with the point that I repeatedly made, that I don't think, and you have yet to demonstrate how and in what substantive, especially ontological ways, sex has changed.
No, I reject the premise. I'm not
even 100 years ago.
No, I reject the premise because you haven't engaged with it on the subject of kissing, shitting,
but now that's just a way to avoid the question.
No,
right?
it's not. No,
you're
because
you're saying
you are not
it's not this way, but then also I reject.
You are wait. The problem is you're not respecting that standard for anything else we talk about. We're not talking about No, we're not. Because with hand-holding for over a century in America and way beyond that previously, it's associated with romance. When it comes to casual sex, for all of human history, humans have been having casual sex. The Egyptians made condoms out of like crocodile intestines. Your standard for, well, can you show me how it's substantively changed? Humans have always had casual sex. Now we can bust in pussies too. And that the meaningful standard there, in this case, is a 50% increase in hole saturation without risk of pregnancy. If that is a substantial enough difference that it means you have to, like, I reject the idea that you even have to assess the, quote, intended purpose of a social behavior in order to determine the...
This guy turned his mic on and just sighed.
He's
just,
and it's also not
God damn it, another fucking game of this shit.
Behavior. Again,
no new maps,
eye contact, hand-holding,
no new suits,
stuff.
no new
Look at
dinos.
it and we make assessments based on real-world observations of harm. The Saudi
$60 goddamn dollars.
Burkas their entire life. You should be able to hold hands.
I should go to Capcom offices myself.
With your romantic partner.
Demand some extra
with
skins.
Sex, you want to have a baby, just don't take the pill.
Maybe then they'll listen.
So with respect to the hand-holding and the eye contact,
I
certainly sort of addressed it in my head, but then either it was interrupted because I brought up casual sex and then you jumped in and were sort of repulsed by that. But in any case, the point
Why
is
this
that
back
there's-
alley,
there-
Leviathan?
I just
Why?
think it's like a fake
You're
standard.
You going to have us sexually
you're repulsed by-
assaulted?
or it
What's going on?
seems like
Oh,
you're
big
indignant
dinos.
towards my position.
But I
In any
pointed out
case-
how it's
And
inconsistent.
you jumped in. Yeah, okay. This is where, because I haven't had the chance to address it properly, which is my fault.
Can't shoot 'em,
So,
little fuckers.
to address the holding hands thing,
You're gonna bust through the gate. Come on, do it.
I think
I
you're
can shoot
right
'em.
insofar as culture creates mores.
What the fuck is going on here?
Sociability and stuff, and it is sort of how we
Krieger,
sort of
what
morally
happened to you?
evaluate each other. Is how well or badly people sort of attain to those sort of cultural standards. So insofar as you are habitually holding hands with somebody who you're not in a romantic relationship with, and all this other stuff, and you are fully cognizant of sort of the standards that the culture you're in has, like these pretty significant
That little thing?
assignations
That's
of
it?
meaning to that action, then it would
Jesus
be
Christ.
problematic. There's a scale though of like
You think
harm.
it's morally
Jesus,
I think
Leviathan,
even
just
you would.
teleport us over there. We're
think
so
even you would.
far.
So no, I don't know if I would go so far as to say morally wrong, just because of the scale of it, right?
Why the bus stop?
The scale of it.
The fuck, bro?
Contextually matters.
Okay.
And you can't. Interestingly enough, according to both a utilitarian and a consequentialist framework, you can never take into account the scale of an action, right? Because
God, I
you
hit
aren't
two.
considering the action
Nice.
itself. You're either considering the utility that that action brings,
Krieger,
or
put that
you're
shield up, big
considering
boy.
the
Come on,
consequences of
daddy.
the action. But the
There we
action
go.
itself remains unexamined. And this is
Marsan.
why virtue ethics is necessary, because you can then
You selfish asshole.
investigate. Yeah.
Okay.
I can tell.
I understand we're kind of circling the drain on this.
Sorry,
I wanna
sorry.
Get, no, it's fine.
I just want to know what
It's
harm there is in casual sex, because you alluded to scale of harm there. But we keep,
Yeah, so-
I keep asking about harm, and then it keeps going to, well, I say that sex has this purpose, that it's immoral to not do that purpose. Which
So I don't say that sex has this purpose. I think that has been established through, thousands or millions or however many years humans have existed and have been having sex.
have
you
you
want
done
to
polls on people from like
people
Planned
have
society?
determined
Jesus
two
Christ.
things. One is for reproduction, and two, it's for a sort of almost at least significant, but I would say
you
for
think
most people,
anal
it's
sex
a
is
mystical.
immoral too.
It's a mystical union between two souls.
No, it
Jesus
feels-
Christ.
it feels good. Romance can be a part of it, but the idea that historically sex has been a magical Disney bond between people is absolutely not true.
Wait,
No,
you've never,
I-
you've never had
so-
sex. You've never had head so good it sent you to the mystical plane.
Not from
okay,
every person
okay.
who gave me head. No, that's like a selective thing. I have standards for that. It's
There is significant. I'm sorry. It's not. I don't want to be conflated or drawn into this idea of like this sarcastic magical plane of existence or anything. But there is significance and
Go ahead,
weight
Marsan,
and
get in
meaning
there.
to
Oh, I know
sex
you want
that
to.
everyone has acknowledged throughout history, as long as people have been having sex. And that's
Here
even
are
agree
the
with that. I
fu-
know you
truck
agree
drop.
with that.
Fundamental problems with your argument. Okay, one, it's inconsistently applied. There are every element of human society and what we do has been shaped enormously over time, and people do different things for different reasons. But there's no moral outrage about that. Not necessarily. Two, people have been having casual sex for all of human history, and we know this for an undeniable fact. The idea that, like, for ages humans thought it was a sacred bond, and then only since 1961 or whatever that's not true.
Yeah.
And for three, and critically here, the idea that something is immoral because it deviates from the assumed purpose of an action based on some like historical hegemony is ridiculous. We don't look to like the popularity of a behavior or action in order to determine whether it's moral. Like humans, that is like a regressive to a point of like epistemic failure. Because if you applied that standard to everything, it would be like, oh, well, we finally
Thank
settled
you,
on a set
Sky.
of human behaviors that
About to
meet
call her
with the like
Nimbus.
hegemonic standard, and we're all like apes in the woods. You know, that's
Yeah.
just not a standard we apply to anything.
So, I mean, you're attributing to me a lot of things that I haven't said, and I maybe that's just my lack of communication.
It's
you
not a
know,
lack
that's-
of communication. These are the things that you believe. I'm just telling you the things that you believe. You have referred to
Yeah,
millions of
I
years.
haven't
of
said
human-
any of those things. And
No, wait, hold on. Did you not say?
I don't believe
No.
those
I
things.
can't let you run.
Yeah, yeah.
Did you not say that we have a common understanding of what sex is based on millions or
Yes.
thousands of years of humans? Okay, so that's one of my arguments that you did say that I accurately
Yes,
repeated.
and that is a sort of understanding of what sex is, based off of, however long you want to attribute. Let's just say millions of years, millions of years of experience. It has no sort of recourse to any sort of abstract objective
You
standard.
studies? Well, I'm sorry. Wait. Millions
anything.
of years of human experience isn't an abstract, unobjective standard. Do you have a study on what people 1 million years ago thought of sex? Can you go to like Three Kingdoms, China, and do a poll on that? You really think you're literally saying like, oh, everyone just knows this? That's what you're saying. You're just saying it in more words. That's
Yeah,
the most abstract a standard can be.
I mean, I am thankful for you taking the time. At this point, I'm sort of
Good shit,
feeling
we got
like
it.
we're getting into the land of the sort of water is not the same thing as aqua, which is not the same thing as H2O.
Were I the person you
sense
thought I
that-
was
in
in
the
the
sense
context
that-
of that debate, you would have won
Yeah.
by now. You know what? It isn't. They're two different words. With regards to like this
So,
isn't.
are you gonna let me finish what I was
It's
gonna
not.
say?
It's
or
not
are you just
semantic.
gonna react
I want.
to
I want you
nothing?
to explain to me how millions of years of humans all believe this isn't an
Yeah.
arbitrary standard.
Krieger, we need you.
I'm just gonna jump in here. You ask a question, I'm going to make him answer it, but you have to let him answer it. So I'm gonna let him go for a little bit, if I may. Go ahead.
Yeah. So it's. I mean, first of all, this appeal to studies of people, however many millions of years ago, or even just thousands of years ago, is sort of beside the point. Like it distracts away from the substance of the conversation. Secondly, it doesn't engage with the point that I'm trying to make. Secondly, it's totally
Good
routine,
shit, we're catching
and
up.
everybody does it,
Go.
including you. That in argument, we go to historical, practical experience of lived existence. That's just that's a reasonable and perfectly natural and common way that people go about having these sorts of discussions. And that's all I'm doing.
There are
So
anthropological
I'm not. So if
papers.
you want to say that, human beings haven't understood sex.
Enemy
at
dominator?
least
Are
in
you
terms of
fucking-
the very two basic and very general and broad functions of reproduction. And I'm not even just talking about consciously, because you're right. People aren't having sex
I didn't even
consciously
see where
thinking,
he's coming
I
from.
need to reproduce the human race. They have a natural drive for it. It's innate in the very thing that they are. And all living things have this. It's not just human beings that have this. You have rabbits who have this. Like every living thing has this innate subconscious drive that is just fundamental to their very core of their existence.
I think it's fair
to reproduce.
Talk about
And so,
anthropological
so
studies.
just to say it's unconscious or fundamental doesn't mean that it's not there.
So to be clear, I'm not saying that humans haven't had sex and reproduced. You have said that your standard of what sex is supposed to be can be cited
God
based
damn
on
it.
the quote general vibes of millions of humans throughout history. Like there is a difference between just
That's a
pointing
clever
at,
rhetorical way to rephrase what I said.
No, wait, no,
but
it
that's
is.
not
you,
what
you
I
said. You said vibes out loud.
No,
there is a
I
difference.
didn't say
between-
vibes.
I was joking when I said that. You are referring to vibes. Though.
You're lying.
There is a difference between
Sky, we need her.
referring to
Fuck.
anthropological studies that describe human behaviors in like.
God damn it, I
prehistoric
wasn't paying
times.
attention.
And what you did, which is to go, humans have always known what sex is. That is what you did. That is a ridiculous and
Okay.
unfalsifiable. No, stop. That is a ridiculous and unfalsifiable standard, and you know it because when I pointed it out, you
Krieger's
tried to
still
get me
alive.
on the agua thing, and then you talked
Gotta
about how
stick with
like
him.
I actually do the same thing because I'm familiar with anthropological studies and bring them up sometimes. These are incomparable. Humans have had no.
Vigilant, why are you
Humans
spread
had
bursting
sex
at him
for many reasons
from that
throughout
far?
history. largely because they wanted to produce a child, because they wanted to bond intimately with somebody, or because they wanted to have a lot of fun. I think that's probably the biggest one, because that's the direction that our sex drive pulls us in. The sex drive doesn't make us want to reproduce necessarily. It makes us want to, as it feels.
Oh, we're not gonna make it.
Incentive structure biologically to get creatures to have sex with each other. So I think
Come
that's
on,
probably
come
the
on,
overriding
come on.
mechanism. It's certainly why I have sex. It does feel good.
Yes.
The idea that like that this collaboratively can be referred to as
Yes.
an ancestral human understanding of sex as a primarily reproductive and romantic thing is just
Good shit.
not falsifiable.
Holy God.
Because we have historical records on human society after writing was invented, and we know people were having tons of casual sex back then. So, if anything, the historical standard, to the extent that it exists, agrees with my position, which is that humans have always done this. Humans have always had oral and anal sex, specifically.
Yeah, he was healing a lot.
They don't produce children because they're trying to avoid producing children because they want to have fun without shackling themselves to an 18. Well, back then it would have been 18, but to the burden of producing youth. And I don't, and even if, by the way, even if you could like refer to all of human history as like a positive citation for like what something should be or what the moral right position is, that's literally a fallacy. That's like argumentum ad populum, or whatever the fancy Latin term for that is. All of humans agreed for a long time on a ton of positions that were really dumb. Geocentrism, lightning being source of anger from the gods. That's not how we arrive at moral determinations for human behavior.
Yeah. So that specific logical fallacy.
And I really do want to get to my other question after this.
Okay.
But, yeah.
Okay. Sorry.
No, it's fine.
Go ahead. Yeah. Then he'll. Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead. Ask your question, Wick. Because I don't want to derail you. This is your stream. Go for it.
It's no answer, please.
Okay.
I'm
Got
just
it.
letting you know. So
very briefly, I would say that logical fallacy is only applicable insofar as has some sort of contrast to sort of instantiate it. If in fact human beings have retained this idea that sex is for reproduction, I'm thankful for you taking the time. At this point, I'm sort of feeling like we're getting into the land of the sort of water is not the same thing as aqua, which is not the same thing as H2O.
If were I the person you thought I was in the context of that debate, you would have won by now. You know what? It isn't. They're two different words. With regards to like this
so
isn't.
Are you gonna let me finish what I was gonna say?
It's
or
not
are you just
semantic.
gonna react
I
to
want you
nothing?
to explain to
Wait,
me.
what?
That's what.
So, I am thankful for you taking the time. At this point, I'm sort of feeling like we're getting into the land of the sort of water is not the same thing as aqua, which is not the same thing as H2O.
If were I the person you thought I was in the context of that debate, you would have won by now. You know what? It isn't. They're two different words. With regards to like this
so
isn't.
Are you gonna let me finish what I was gonna say?
It's
or
not
are you just
semantic.
gonna react
I
to
want you
nothing?
to explain to me how millions of years of humans all believe this isn't an arbitrary standard.
I'm just gonna jump in here. You ask a question, I'm going to make him answer it, but you have to let him answer it. So I'm going to let him go for a little bit, if I may. Go ahead.
Yeah. So it's. I mean, first of all, this appeal to studies of people, however many millions of years ago, or even just
I got you,
thousands of
daddies.
years ago, is sort of beside the point. Like it distracts away from the substance of the conversation. Secondly, it doesn't engage with the point that I'm trying to make. Secondly, it's totally routine, and everybody does it, including you. That in argument, we go to historical, practical experience of lived existence. That's just that's a reasonable and perfectly natural and common way that people go about having these sorts of discussions. And that's all I'm doing.
There are anthropological.
So I'm not.
papers.
So if you want to say that, human beings haven't understood sex, at least in terms of the very two basic and very general and broad functions of reproduction, and I'm not even just talking about consciously, because you're right. people aren't having sex consciously thinking, oh, I need to reproduce the human race. They have a natural drive for it. It's innate in the very thing that they are. And all living things have this. It's not just human beings that have this. You have rabbits who have this. You know, like every living thing has this innate subconscious drive that is just fundamental to their very core of their existence.
I think it's fair
to reproduce.
Talk about
And so,
anthropological studies.
So just to say it's unconscious or fundamental doesn't mean that it's not there.
So to be okay, to be clear, I'm not saying that humans haven't had sex and reproduced. You have said that your standard of what sex is supposed to be can be cited based on the quote general vibes of millions of humans throughout history. Like, there is a difference between just
That's a
pointing
clever rhetorical way to rephrase what I said.
No, wait, no,
but
it
that's
is.
not what I said.
You said vibes out loud.
No,
there is a difference.
I didn't say
between-
vibes.
I was joking when I said that. You are referring to vibes. Though.
You're lying.
There is a difference between referring to anthropological studies that describe human behaviors in like prehistory times and what you did, which is to go, humans have always known what sex is. That is what you did. That is a ridiculous and unfalsifiable. No, stop. That is a ridiculous and unfalsifiable standard, and you know it because when I pointed it out, you tried to get me on the agua thing, and then you talked about how I actually do the same thing because I'm familiar with anthropological studies and bring them up sometimes. These are incomparable. Humans have had no. Okay. Humans have had sex for many reasons throughout history. Largely because they wanted to produce a child, because they wanted to bond intimately with somebody, or because they wanted to have a lot of fun. I think that's probably the biggest one because that's the direction that our sex drive pulls us in. The sex drive doesn't make us want to reproduce necessarily. It makes us want to, because it feels good. That's why it feels good. It's an incentive structure biologically to get creatures to have sex with each other. So I think that's probably the overriding mechanism. It's certainly why I have sex. It does feel good. The idea that that this collaboratively can be referred to as some kind of ancestral human understanding of sex as a primarily reproductive and romantic thing is just not falsifiable and not true. Because we have historical records on human society after writing was invented, and we know people were having tons of casual sex back then. So, if anything, the historical standard, to the extent that it exists, agrees with my position, which is that humans have always done this. Humans have always had oral and anal sex, specifically in large part because they don't produce children, because they're trying to avoid producing children, because they want to have fun without shackling themselves to an 18, well, back then it would have been 18, but to the burden of producing youth. And I don't, and even if, by the way, even if you could refer to all of human history as a positive citation for what something should be or what the moral right position is, that's literally a fallacy. That's like argumentum ad populum, or whatever the fancy Latin term for that is. All of humans agreed for a long time on a ton of positions that were really dumb. Geocentrism, lightning being source of anger from the gods. That's not how we arrive at moral determinations for human behavior.
Yeah. So that specific logical fallacy.
And I really do want to get to my other question after.
Okay. Okay. Sorry.
No, it's fine.
Go ahead. Yeah. Then he'll. Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead. Ask your question, Wick, because I don't want to derail you. This is your stream. Go for it.
It's no answer, please.
Okay.
I'm
Got
just
it.
letting you know. So
very briefly, I would say that logical fallacy is only applicable insofar as it's has some sort of contrast to sort of instantiate it. If in fact human beings have retained this idea that sex is for reproduction, whether conscious or unconscious, subliminal or whatever, as a matter of just drive of existing at all, and commitment with another sort of individuated human being, then appealing to the history wouldn't be an instance of that logical fallacy.
And for fun. That's also.
And we're running circles. He's chasing me.
Maybe the reproduction and the bonding are actually the vestigial parts, and it's really supposed to be about
That's correct. And so this is where you actually have to do a rigorous analysis of sex itself. Is it primarily for reproduction? Is it primarily for pleasure? Is it primarily for
we don't do this for any human social
unity?
behavior. Literally nothing. holding hands,
You-
kissing,
you
spending
do.
time together, hugging. No, we don't. We never
You
say.
do, it's
oh,
just a
by,
smaller
by,
scale."
By citing all of human history, we have determined that 51% of historical
No.
humans believe that hugging was a romantic gesture, so it's actually immoral to hug people casually.
So-
that's what
so-
you're saying, but for sex.
It's not, because I'm saying that citing human history is just one pretty
You haven't
pretty
cited human
significant
history, you
reason.
cited like a vibe of human history.
No. I haven't.
Yes.
Okay,
I-
no,
Good
yes, no,
shit.
yes, no,
Anyway,
yes.
go ahead.
Don't
Good
agree
job,
on this.
team.
I understand.
Yeah.
I have a question for you, Bagel. Okay. Right? And so maybe this will carry the conversation forward, maybe not. We will see. So you mentioned earlier, much earlier, that you believe anal sex to be immoral, right?
Yeah.
And I would assume you'd also include oral in that. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And given that one of the reasons you would support legislation against contraception or to limit contraception or access to contraceptives is because you believe that casual sex is immoral on the ends that it takes away from the purpose of sex, would you also support legislation that would make anal sex and oral sex immoral?
Yeah,
there
no,
would
that-
be some punishment. Sorry, with the immoral thing, like illegal,
Yeah,
like legislation that would penalize people who engage in
Yeah.
sex.
No, this is difficult. I mean, there's certainly people in my neck of the woods, so to speak, who would advocate for that sort of thing. I have a really good friend who's spoken a lot of truth in my life, and he, there are periods of times where, I was at my most ideological, and I definitely perhaps leaned or flirted with those sort of outcomes. But I don't think long term that is right. Regulating something as intimate as the marriage bed is not
We gotta
something
kill
the
these
government
birds.
should be in the business of doing. However, do I think that there shouldn't be sort of cultural standards and mores or unwritten, sort of understood laws in terms of
Come on,
personal
birds,
and
get over
public
here.
behavior?
Now you come
Absolutely
near
do
me.
think that, but
Then-
that's a much more complicated and bigger
I understand.
project.
But then the question becomes, right? If you are for legislating contraception, right, which doesn't interfere with the marriage bed as well, what is the fundamental difference
Good
between
shit.
legislating contraception and legislating anal sex?
Yeah, so the legislating contraception is something that people like. Contraception is a technology that people
That got a
will
little
not have on their
crazy.
own. It's something that they have to get from somebody else. While for whether or not you choose to do anal sex, whether or not you choose
I
to do oral
can't do it by
sex.
myself. I do need a partner.
Yes, but it's also between ostensibly two people, or even if it's a group situation or whatever. It's between several people, but it's not at the scale of you couldn't do it without some sort of third or technology that you sort of use to sort of interrupt sort of the just natural power that you have. So that would be the main difference. There's just fundamentally different things. They are similar in terms of the moral analysis that one has, but they're not identical in all aspects.
Simply, okay, question for Bosch now.
Also, reflecting on how it's immoral for men and women to be roommates together as well, because male and female cohabitation would historically be known as like a sign of romance or mutual romantic commitment. They're like basically all humans are designed.
Yeah, so I mean it depends. Like if again it's a matter of scale, right? So it's not for sure it's not the same thing.
Scale
but
compared to
like
the
for
harm of
instance,
casual
I've
sex, which is zero.
I've had female roommates in the past.
Well, hold
or
on there,
house- or
Bucko.
housemates.
Wait, hold on. The purpose of men and women living together is so that they can foster children unto
scale.
If you we'll see.
Shit.
So you mentioned earlier, much earlier, that you believe anal sex to be immoral, right?
Yeah.
And I would assume you'd also include oral in that. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And given that one of the reasons you would support legislation against contraception or to limit contraception or access to contraceptives is because you believe that casual sex is immoral on the ends that it takes away from the purpose of sex, would you also
Where the
support
fuck did he
legislation
go?
that would make anal sex and oral sex immoral?
Yeah, no,
there would
that-
be some punishment. Sorry, with the immoral thing, like illegal,
Yeah,
like legislation that would penalize people who. engage in
Yeah.
that.
No, this is difficult. I mean, there's certainly people in my neck of the woods, so to speak, who would advocate for that sort of thing. I have a really good friend who's spoken a lot of truth in my life, and he, you know, there are periods of times where I was at my most ideological, and I definitely perhaps leaned or flirted with those sort of outcomes. But I don't think long term that is right. Regulating something as intimate as the marriage bed is not something the government should be in the business of doing. However, do I think that there shouldn't be
We're not gonna make it.
cultural
How the
standards
fuck?
and mores or unwritten sort of understood laws in terms of personal and public behavior? I absolutely do think that. But
Then-
that's a much more complicated and bigger
I understand.
project.
But then the question becomes, right? If you are for legislating contraception, right, which doesn't interfere with the marriage bed as well, what is the fundamental difference between legislating contraception and legislating anal sex?
Yeah, so the legislating contraception is something that people, like contraception is a technology that people would not have on their own. It's something that they have to get from somebody else. While for, you know, whether or not you choose to do anal sex, whether or not you choose
I
to do oral
can't do it by
sex.
myself. I do need a partner.
Yes, but it's also between, you know, ostensibly two people, or even if it's, you know, a group situation or whatever, it's between, you know, several people, but it's not at the scale of you couldn't do it without some sort of third or technology that you sort of use to sort of interrupt sort of the just natural power that you have. So that would be the main difference. There's just fundamentally different things. They are similar in terms of the moral analysis that one has, but they're not identical in all aspects.
Okay, question for Bosch now.
Also, reflecting on how it's immoral for men and women to be roommates together as well, because male and female cohabitation would historically be known as like a sign of romance or mutual romantic commitment for like basically all humans society.
Yeah, so I mean it depends. Like if again it's a matter of scale, right? So it's not for sure it's not the same thing.
Scale
but
compared to
like
the
for
harm
instance,
of
I've
casual sex, which is zero.
I've had female roommates in the past.
Oh, well, hold
or
on there,
or
bucko.
housemates.
Wait, hold on. The purpose of men and women living together is so that they can foster children unto God. You don't think it cheap? Oh, no. Your
that's
first
not-
time
that's
living
not
with a
right.
woman outside of your mom was supposed to be with your wife.
That again, that's a sort of grotesque,
Parody
characterization
of cohabitation with a female? I completely agree. Yes, it's a disgusting parody.
Yeah, and it's not at all what I believe.
Well,
so
I don't care.
I'm not sure how it's relevant to me.
I'm not deferring to your belief here. It's morally wrong by my standard that I've learned in the course of this conversation. This is what I mean with inconsistency, by the way.
Well, no,
the funny
it's-
thing is,
it's-
opposition to male and female cohabitation is actually believed by a ton of religious people, both like Islamic people, whatever, and Catholics who really don't like men and women living together in married situations. So
Oh,
what I'm
pinch 'em on
doing
butt
right now
cheeks.
isn't even
It-
like
I see a witch doctor.
this is your logic
so
on that. It's
again,
your
it's
system.
a matter of scale. It's a matter of scale. It's a completely different topic.
Ooh, but there's no
it is
harm
also-
you've demonstrated with casual sex,
Right.
so there's no scale. It's a
So
scale of 0 to 0.
All right, I'm ready
No,
for some
no.
more.
Also, how
It's a
convenient
different-
for you, matter of scale. You get off easy.
No, what?
Oh, you're making moral excuses for a degenerate and devilish act. You should have had your
No,
first
I'm not.
experience
I'm not.
living
I'm saying
with a woman
I
when you
don't
were
think,
married.
No. So I would say it's probably not usually advisable, but there.
I'm playing
it's
with some
not-
high-level boys.
It's not such a thing that one has to do.
According
a
to
sort
you,
of
right? I'm
rigorous
sure.
moral analysis. No,
Okay.
because
you had
because
a thigh
of the,
job, and you
because
thigh
of the,
jobs are also not as much of a scale as other forms of sex. I'm sure.
Again, people just sort of naturally applying their rational faculties
Catholics
to the
literally
problem.
refer to this as living in sin. Like, this isn't just me making fun of your logic. This is believed by
I know.
your institution.
I know. But what they're specifically referring to is not necessarily platonic housemates or something like that.
That's not
what
no, I've absolutely heard Catholics get mad at cohabitation, even in non-partnerships.
Yes, super traditional ones definitely do. You're
That
right
last
about that.
bitch.
So how
But
are you
that's not all of
perverting?
them. That's not all of them.
Historically, would most human beings throughout history, overwhelming like 99%, not agree that a man and a woman who aren't related living together is absolutely something which is befitting that of a married couple, or at least two in a relationship?
First of all, I would say that's probably not true. I'd actually have to look it up, so I shouldn't speak with like 100% confidence. But if I had to bet, I would bet that a lot of the sort of moral standards when it comes to men and women cohabitating are sort of directly resulting from especially Puritan moral.
Oh, that's convenient. Okay, so when it's
But
right,
I'd have
when it's
to
the
look
sex-
that up to confirm it. But
so it's when something
in any case,
you've
that's
done,
what I
it's
suspect,
like,
if
oh,
I had to
that's
bet.
like this out there thing, you know?
No, I'm saying it's a modern thing that the Puritans especially,
back
because
here.
they're
Puritans
super
win.
strict in terms of sexual ethics.
What Puritans win? When would a Puritan have been born?
Oh, the Puritans were like 1500s to 1700s.
Oh no! In the 1950s in Italy, you really think that like men and women were just casually living together in the same house, not romantically, and
God.
all their Catholic
Big boy.
grandparents were
Yes.
like, "Oh yeah, oh that's totally fine."
Well, okay. So first of all, the 1950s is after the Puritans, right? So the Puritan moral framework would have already taken impact upon the world.
I would argue.
But secondly, yes, I'm sure that happened, and I'm sure that there were varying responses. I'm sure there was people who
God
were
damn it,
okay with
fucking
it.
asshole.
I'm sure there's people who were super not okay with it.
Well, interesting.
That's
People
a-
feel the
that's
same
a
way about
discussion
casual
to have.
sex. I think what's interesting is that the
No.
acceptance
The two
of men and women
T-Rexes.
living together as roommates is probably about as old broadly as widespread acceptance of contraception and casual
Asshole.
sex. I guarantee you, back in the 1950s,
No, because
no suburban
you
white
said
guy.
earlier that everybody's had been
One at
having
a time, one at a
casual
time, one at a time.
Oh,
one at a
You
time.
said everybody throughout history has been having casual sex, and I actually agree with that. I think
lots and
that's
lots of
true.
people. And no, but that's what's interesting.
Oh, God.
People have been
Oh,
having
God.
casual sex for all of human history. Men and women have not been cohabitating outside romantic circumstances most of human history because housing space is expensive, and for most of human history, people weren't wealthy enough to go frivolously getting roommates. That's like a new thing.
Alternatively, because they were so poor, they just threw everybody together.
People tended to be in single-family households, but even when people lived in like tenements in like the 1900s,
Alright, took his ass out with
that
me.
was like a bunch of poor families packed
Good
together. That
shit.
was not
Again,
a male and
we're not
female
talk-
roommate.
We're not talking like you're talking about the
Living in
1900s. That
sin.
wasn't that long ago. Like that was relative to the
Oh,
entirety
really? So
of
you're
world
saying
history.
recently there was
bro.
a change in social standards that made it more commonly acceptable
Thanks.
for people to engage in a behavior that was previously considered degenerate, and that there used to be a very strong social standard against men and women living together in
Yeah.
sin, but something happened recently that shifted social standards?
Yeah, again,
You're only
I'm
one
not,
step away
I'm
from the
not
people who would
prepped-
have you
I'm not
burned.
prepped on this topic specifically, but
Okay, speaking of not
It's
being
also
on
very
this
far
topic
away.
specifically, I do
Yeah.
have a question for Vosh now. And then, gang, then we'll kind of wrap this up afterwards.
get in
after
position.
Vosh and they go back and forth for a little bit.
Yes, Kitty. Oh my
we'll
God.
wrap it up.
I'm scratching
we'll
on
get
me.
to closing
Oh.
statements.
Oh.
But then, stick around. They both
What's up?
agreed to accept
Hey.
Colin, so I'll be bringing you in to ask
What's up?
questions. If you have a question for Vosh,
God, I'm trying to get a record here.
Bagels here, or for me, feel free to call in and get in line. ! Discord. Click that link, accept the rules, jump backstage, and get in line, and we'll try to get to you as we can. But for you, Bosch. Okay. You have been in more than your fair share of social media drama with high-profile women, including J.K. Rowling. Why are you here today advocating for an issue that ultimately doesn't affect you?
Well, first of all, I don't want to
Good
pretend that I'm
shit.
selfless. It absolutely does.
Fucking
okay, trust
cleaning
me,
them
right?
out.
I enjoy a
Oh,
lifestyle
snipers.
of casual sin. I'm very, very happy to have birth control be accessible to people like me. That's one. For two, worth pointing out that like even outside the obvious thing, where like the ability to engage in reproductive and contraceptive freedom has helped women a lot over the past 50 years. That's obvious. But additionally, I am one of my big like founding moral principles is consent, right? I mean, it's consent and harm. People should have the freedom to choose the directions.
Forgot to switch them back to barrage.
There are a
Fuck.
lot of biological inequalities.
This should be
that are
good.
placed in this. Not just biological inequalities, but biological impositions. For example, some people are born sick or disabled. But should those who are born disabled not have the opportunity to live life as I can? Someone with, I don't know, 2 functioning legs and a not hurt spine? Sure, we develop medicine or
Got
prostheses
sniper
to help.
swords.
And in a lot of ways, let's be real here, having a womb is a kind
Yes,
of natural,
kitty.
unequal disability.
Hey.
Or I should say a different ability. It does make life harder in some respects, you know, between the period
Sorry.
business cramps and also, you know, you get casual sex, you get knocked up your whole life. That's kind of a burden, I think. But they also get to give birth to children. I don't know, that's kind of cool, I guess, for some people who are into that sort of thing. I just want the playing field to be level, for every human to have the most roads open to them at all times, as long as they're not hurting other people, which, you know, that's important.
Shit, brother.
Okay, any response to that? Anything you'd like to say to this, Bagels? Otherwise, we'll, move on.
No, probably not. I don't necessarily see how a lot.
Well,
of
I guess
do
to
it.
rephrase the question for you specifically, then, because I'm curious as to your answer. You mentioned this in your opening statement that you are not a woman. This
Yeah.
ultimately does not affect you as much as
Yeah.
it would a woman. So why are you here tonight, right? Advocating basically to limit access to contraceptions for women. What do you feel gives you this right?
Yeah. So yeah. Again, I think I've sort of demonstrated throughout my argumentation, or I've tried to. I don't know how effective I've been, but in any case, the point is not that like what I have issue with is not the specific contraceptive technology per se. I do think that it has extremely relevant. It's an extremely particular case where we can sort of examine technology and how humans engage and interact with it more broadly. But that's not necessarily the point of this discussion either. More specifically, I think we have lost the understanding of teleology.
Least
and
he got
also
away from the ship.
Virtue, as a result, and we need.
God
to
damn, where the
capture
fuck is he
things,
going?
And that's going to have impacts on how we use
Going
technology,
nuts.
specifically contraceptives.
Calm down, buddy.
And insofar as a human being, I have sort of a committed interest in maintaining those
Good,
sort
we
of
got him.
standards. I think I have something to
Got a
say, but
sniper.
as I mentioned in my first
That bitch
or
out.
my opening remarks, there's something about having some sort of existential intimacy or acquaintanceship with the technology itself that
Damn, that
perhaps
was
would give you
really bad.
perspective that would more clearly see the moral issues that we've talked about in a way that I just simply cannot. And I would love and absolutely applaud to hear and listen and ask questions of educated women on both sides talk about what they think about contraceptives and why or why not it should be.
How did I get
limited or
MVP?
banned or
I
whatever.
was switching right at the beginning of a round. I missed
or
out on
just
so
allowed
much points.
completely free.
Who did I get more XP with though?
Totally,
Which suit?
Totally open and so the
1135,
reason I'm here
more with
ultimately
Deadeye.
is because my friend Eucharist
Interesting.
recommended me because
I did play a
to
little
you.
more with him, I think.
But I by no means am trying
No,
to
I went
speak
like
from a
halfway
place of
through.
authority.
Started at the
I'm just trying to express
the
what makes
sniper
the most sense
dinos.
to me and what I've been persuaded by.
Okay. And on that note, I would like to thank both of you.
Yeah, I think Deadeye is the
for
one for
engaging
that.
in this,
He's the
sometimes heady, but interesting, I hope.
But I could switch to
It was a
Barrage
fun
for the
debate, and
T-Rexes.
I hope that the viewers enjoyed it as well. Once again,
we'll do Barrage first and
I want
then-
to reiterate that we have been sponsored by Rebellion Pack. And they have been great.
Just Barrage first, and then Deadeye for the snipers.
But no one here has been paid. No one here has been given lines or fed lines or anything like that. This is all real opinion, and it's an important topic to talk about.
That's not true.
Again,
I have a team of Protestants that are feeding
To
me.
Deadeye for the snipers, then back
fair
to
enough,
Barrage
maybe,
for the last round.
I cannot speak to that.
Disgusting.
I disavow if that is the case. Okay, I disavow. But I will say, we're going to give these wonderful gentlemen a closing statement and a chance to shield themselves, and then we are going to accept call-ins. So if you've been watching this and you've been molding and you've been like thinking, oh my goodness, I really want to, question these hooligans on their bad takes. Now's your chance, gang. Hit that Discord invite. Jump backstage. Come on, and
I'm sorry,
yeah,
Petey.
you can talk to them directly. And if you've been enjoying this content, please like
One
and
more
subscribe
game.
if you're watching this on
Then I'm
YouTube.
coming.
If you're on Kick or Twitch, hit that follow
Love you.
button. That'd be nice. Super chats are always pleasant. Subs, bits, donos, all that helps.
Oh,
And
shit,
thank you
burning-
once again.
burning my blunt on
we
my
are
hair.
going to go in the opposite order we started, and we will allow Vosh the first closing statement, and then we will go to Bagel. So Vosh, close us out.
Yeah, look, it's just
Oh,
I
on the
think
floor. Under my
reading
chair.
between the lines, I find it difficult to assess this
No.
argument as anything but like a religious opposition. You know, at the end of the day, as a moral anti-realist, I recognize that where people's axioms come from, I don't necessarily know if I can critique them at their foundation, because I don't think there's like a solid grounding to do that for any one set of like
Come here.
axiomatic beliefs or properly basic beliefs.
Damn
But
it.
in terms of how they're applied, I just think people
Pushed
have
her
really
leg into
strong
the-
emotional
to the computer desk.
preconceptions of sex and what sex is meant
She
to
got
be.
screwed.
That, like corrupt their thinking on its potential social harm. I could
Krieger,
imagine,
we
like,
don't
after the
need you
Edo
for this.
period, all the, like,
Please.
samurai wandering Japan being like,
Thank you.
Oh, you failed your boss and you haven't disemboweled yourself. Well, if you look back 1,000 years in the history of our people,
Barrage.
you'll recognize
And
that
Marsam.
failure and, you know,
Marsam is
seventh
really
war
good for
are
this.
One and the same, and you've cheapened the and like, but it's
Sky.
It's
No,
always been
Bleach.
The idea that this is what it's supposed to be because
Is
this
Bleach
what
high
it's
level?
been, asterisk, maybe
I think he might know what he's doing. We got a level 59 and 57. Let's go, boys.
Maybe people have always wanted to get a nut off without having to worry about having to raise.
Let's get this world record.
But let's talk practical effects, right? Not like in Hollywood, but in casual sex and contraception. Does casual sex, does contraception, does it cause social issues? Undeniably,
You
yes.
dumb
Fully
assholes.
agree. That's the problem with freedom, right? If you give people the freedom to make mistakes, they will. And there are people who cheapen the value of intimacy for
good
themselves
shit.
by engaging frequently in casual sex. Now, I would argue this is a skill issue. I don't think that having lots of casual sex innately does this. I just think that, like with any other experience, social, chemical,
Good shit.
or otherwise,
Fucking 'em up.
people are capable of using it or misusing it in ways that are detrimental to them. And I think that is an issue. And I think the best thing we can do that is focus on
Alright, set up towers.
solutions to social alienation. Maybe people like casual sex, sure, but let them find love. Let them find people they care about for more than a Tinder swipe, you know? I think there are ways to address that. It has to do with the way we structure
Yeah,
our
set up all the
economy, it has to do
towers.
with
Let's go.
poverty, the way we build our cities, the way we build our roads. But and it's very multifaceted, but there is something that can be done. I don't want to be like ignorant of or pretend to be ignorant of the social problems that come about with freedom.
Sure.
There are things we can do. But I think
Damn
that
it.
freedom is non-negotiable.
Okay. Thank you again for being here. Gang, it's Vosh. You should know where he is. Check him out. Great guy. Really appreciate him being here. Next up, Bagels. Go ahead, close us out. Last word.
Awesome, thanks. I really appreciate the time. It was a lot of fun.
Joe got ankle sores coming in hot.
Hopefully, I communicated some of my arguments well. There's a lot more to be said,
Stegosaurus.
and I wish I had the time and ability to do so. I don't really stream or anything like that. I was just recommended by a friend of Wick to be on here, and so I'm really grateful.
Marsam, please.
A couple
we need you.
essays or
You're the-
papers that I would recommend is Contraception and Chastity by Elizabeth Anscombe or Jem Anscombe.
Thank
and the second would be
Raj over there left to suck the
Elizabeth
ankylosaurus
Anscombe and an
dick.
Argument Against Contraception by Anthony McCarthy. And if you look both of those up, if you're just interested in learning more about sort of the perspective that I was representing, that would be the place to go. Just to sort of summarize my position, I would
Perfect.
just restate.
Got another two T-Rexes
One
coming
of the
in the
most
middle,
important
coming in
ways
hot.
we are able to arrive at moral judgments is through understanding what the object of our analysis is. In so doing, we consider what the ideal or perfect instantiation of the object would be, and then its function.
What
and
are
how
you
well it
assholes
accordingly achieves
doing?
that perfection. Those qualities which we identify as useful and effective at drawing a thing in unity with its
Bring them
perfection we
together.
identify as virtues or excellencies. We can apply such analysis to everything in reality, including sexuality. Thus, we can come to understand what sex is both in particular
Where'd the other one
actuality and
go?
abstract perfection. then we can turn our minds to
dumb
sussing out what
assholes.
constitutes what is good and bad with respect to sexuality. In so doing,
Got
we
'em both.
identify various qualities or virtues that serve as guideposts to our moral judgments about both particular and general cases. In the case of sexuality, one virtue of foremost importance is that of chastity. Just as courage
Go.
is the foremost virtue of those topics
Jesus
of danger
Christ,
difficult,
guys.
so is chastity the foremost virtue of sexuality.
Get your shit
We live in
together.
a culture, especially in the West, where considerations of teleology and thereby virtue is increasingly absent. We no longer have an understanding of what things are or are for, and thus cannot rationally explain why they are good or bad, or what is good or bad about them. As a result, our discussions about all moral topics, including sexuality, and by extension,
Snipers?
contraception, are
Are they at?
impoverished. However, with a proper understanding of sexuality and willingness to follow where the virtue of chastity leads, I think we will find that contraception, insofar as it instills a culture of contraception and more broadly a culture of death, renders sexuality unintelligible, incoherent, and banal. Ultimately, this leads to broad
Banal.
societal harms as a detriment to human happiness. As such, I believe that our use of contraceptives should be reimagined and limited in important and practical ways. And I would last like to shout out a couple people. Eucharist, the boys over in the Discord, the Crimsons, Gonda, Merles,
Good
Auntie,
shit.
Galf, Gus, Palms, Mirror, all those guys. Love you guys, miss y'all. I've been blessed with a lot of great friends online and in Discord, and I'm sort of new to this sort of space, so I'm really enjoying getting to know people. If you want to talk further, feel free to
Very well.
maybe reach out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fuck.
Check them out, gang. Again,
We all
if
dead?
you've been watching this, and
Oh,
you
the
want in on
bird
this,
got
you wanna
us.
Talk to us.
Fucking
Get in line.
bitch
There's
ass
already a line,
bird.
So sooner you get in,
Yeah,
the more likely
you got a
we'll
lot
get
of
to.
healing
We'll try
to
to get
do.
to all the callers. Don't know if we will. No promises. Depend on how concise and
Just a field full
everyone
of
is,
bodies.
But as you have seen from
It's
today,
alright, I'll take
conciseness is not one of our
respawn.
virtues. It is one of our vices.
Oh, we're done.
So we will start with the first person that I noticed enter.
Nice.
Here we go. Hello, you are live. Hello. You're
We
muted on
need
your
one
end.
right next to it. We need some more range
They've been
along the.
silenced
Oh
by the,
shit! More dinos.
The reformists.
There he goes.
Protestant.
Yeah, no, the
No,
Inquisition.
he's probably
bro.
trying to turn his camera on. I'll give him another chance.
The Spaniards.
Yeah.
They
Whoa.
got him.
You're muted on your end. One more chance, buddy. We got a line. Otherwise, we're just gonna. Okay. Hello.
Sorry, hello there.
Ah, excellent. We can hear you now. What do you got for us?
So hopefully I'd like to ask Bengals a question. If you're in a partnership
Banging
as a marriage
question.
and one of your partners has a STD or an STI, would you permit them to be able to wear any sort of form of contraception to make sure that they do not pass it on to each other, especially if it's something like a HIV case or something like that? Would it be good to wear contraception at that point?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. More broadly, I would say something that I try to say, we didn't really get into it a ton, but what I try to say is that we need to reimagine also just sex as well. It's one good among many, and this idea that we can have just profligate sort of liberal sex whenever we want it, absolutely whenever, I think is a concession to the vice of lust and lavishness. Or lasciviousness, I think is how you pronounce that. In any case, so people should probably be an important part of chastity, which is a virtue I mentioned as sort of the guiding virtue in sexuality, is such that you should only engage in sexual activity when it's sort of the right context and the right circumstances to do so. And again, this is to turn sort of religious. The church has a long
Line these
history
up.
of teaching sort of temperance or chastity to people, even married couples, in terms of having sex just willy-nilly. But secondly, and more specifically to answer your question, I would say yes, it would be a good thing to have for such usages. However, as far as I
God damn
understand it, given certain STDs, and again, I don't have a very robust understanding of any of that stuff, but usually contraceptives are not effective
fuck.
as preventative measures.
Still got
in terms
snipers
of
too.
giving it to somebody else. But that's just sort of my understanding. I don't know. Somebody who knows more than me would be able to tell you.
Thanks, bro. I appreciate the effort.
Anything else for me?
Yeah,
Still
just,
got
just
some
a point of
snipers left.
clarification
Should
then.
be fine.
So
Oh god
in
damn it,
the
explosive
context that I
guys.
put, as in being in the marriage, it
Bomb
would be
bros.
a good thing for people to use contraception
I'm coming,
in
barrage.
that instance.
Yeah, I think so. I think so. But I think also, in addition to that, we would also want to sort of rethink how we think about sex in the same way that we have considerations for like gluttony and eating. In a similar way, we should also think about sex. It is one pleasure among many that is available to human beings.
All right, I'm done.
Okay, thank you very much.
Alright, thank you
Got
for
a new
being
personal
here.
best, too.
Any thoughts on this, Bosch? So you can have a word in here?
Yeah, I can eat when I want.
Thank you. I'll take my MVP.
Yeah.
Noted.
If
Okay, thank you
I
again.
eat too much and I get tummy ache, I can take Tums. Technology allows me to avert the consequences of my hedonistic decision making. So too, am I capable of using birth control. A pleasure not denied to me. There are many pleasures besides sex, you know? Just for some reason, people keep trying to take one specific one away from me.
Fair enough.
Which is
I
busting
suppose
raw
they
and
call
pussy.
that. Yeah, I suppose they call that Giga Chad. I don't know.
Okay, next up. Brianna, hello, good luck.
Hey, Brianna. I hope I didn't come across as a lunatic.
Well, I just want to thank, first of all, can you all hear me? I'm on.
Yeah, but it sounds like you're on a different mic than you normally are.
I am.
Okay, okay.
Apologies, 1 second, let me switch over. It just popped
Alright,
over
let me
to
quit.
AirPods. Let me, Wick, do you want to go to someone else and I will switch
Okay.
over?
I will
come
bring
back
in
to
the
you.
next person.
Bye, Brianna. Goodbye, Brianna.
We'll see her again soon, don't worry. Hello! Oh, they're deafened. Undeaf. Okay, you have about 10 seconds. Okay,
It's always
good.
like this with the Collins.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't know. I got kind of flung on here a bit suddenly.
Yeah, you're live. And I'm gonna to those of you waiting in the backstage.